What is that? You want pixels, you say? Hopefully nothing can possibly go wrong. Shall we see, shall we? How are we doing, boys and girls? Good morning, welcome in. Well, the first thing that's clearly wrong is that my camera's in the wrong spot. Put you there, I don't know, that'll do. I was doing some of this off stream, doing some testing. I've realised that all of my clients, for some reason, were running on DirectX 12. DirectX 12 takes basically twice the graphical power to do basically very little extra. So it was stupid. So I turned all of that off and it seemed to work fine now. Yes, there should be pixels today. Yes, we should have some resolutions. Yes, I won't be doing the multi-boxing thing for too long. Just long enough for it to... just long enough for me to kill a handful of more rares. Let's go get Thwack real quick. I think I need like 8 rare kills, so it's not going to take me very long this morning. Get the last few things done. One thing I want to go do today is take a little bit of a look on my main hunter, who's actually for once in his life actually got some reasonable gear. And see what, with some reasonable gear, we can do soloing stuff back in Dragonflight. I'm intrigued. Normally, a reasonably geared character can go back 1 expansion and just blast. Obviously, 2 expansions, everything goes legacy, so it's easy mode, but I want to investigate. Right, Thwack is down. Is that Nitro up? Do we have Nitro? Can we just hop from one to another to another? This would be wonderful if we can. I did Shadowlands Mythic alone last night, so that's soloable. Well, that should be. 2 expansions back, absolutely should be. Since that should be like tagged as legacy now. Not only should it be soloable, you should also get all of the loot, which should mean like collecting Mog and stuff is easier. If that's your jam. Realistically, where Dragonflight is concerned, I'm mostly interested in some of the transmog, some of the BOEs. I've seen a few videos recently, not that I've jumped on the bandwagon myself, but I have seen a few videos floating around the old internets, highlighting how some of the Dragonflight BOEs are still money. Which would be an interesting thing to investigate at the very least. Hey, look, we've got our first ban candidate for the morning. Love that shit. Love that shit. Get banned. Right, Tally and Swigs. Tally and Swigs. Swigs is dead. Tally's not alive yet. Isn't there a mythic dungeon in Dragonflight that drops a random mount from the last boss? Yes. It's been bugged though, I've heard. It's been quite buggy, that thing. So yes, you are right. There is the option for farming that potentially once you've got good enough gear. Maybe, possibly. Could be worth putting a... Dragonflight Mythic still needs a group. Are we talking dungeons or are we talking the raids? The reality is that there's probably mechanics and stuff in there that just like hardcore make it impossible to actually like solo stuff, but... Oh, Sal is up. Do I cart some tunes over to Sal? Sal is a good one. Hop in, fellas. Alright, well there's nobody here. Let's see if we can go get the other 2. If I could drive in a straight line, maybe. Multi-box racing. No, sometimes you have to get the characters quite close to the rare for them to qualify for the loot. So, yeah. Sal, unfortunately, is one where you do have to kind of move the dudes around a little bit. But as long as there's nobody else insta-killing the rares, which Sal often stays up for a little while because he's a kind of, you know, a bit in the corner. Alright, let's put you fellas back up here. Go get the other two. While we wait for Swigs and Tally. Don't mind doing a little bit of shipping people around. It's worth it for the extra loot. Right, Swigs, Tally. Swigs is still dead. Tally's not spawned. Right, let's hang fire here then. Mr. GM made a new video about what comes on the next patch. It's pretty detailed. She said you want to catch up on what's going on. Yeah, it might be worth having a little bit of a look at that. We can squeeze some... we can squeeze in some things along those lines. This dude has not had his macros set up in any way, shape or form. What do I want? I want the reload macro. Oh, no, I've just realised this guy's not only not got everything set up, he's got the wrong UI and everything. He's meant to have the big map layout. Get rid of all of this. Don't need buttons. Who needs buttons? Reload macro, log out macro, car down here. In fact, car can go on Q. And then we need Bruto. Bruto in there. You need the log out macro. You need a log out macro. In fact, I am going to put the car on Q on all of them. Because then that's the same keybind to get in the car and to get out the car. Slight adjustment. Okay. Flyboy. I can't solo Flyboy. This is the problem. This is one of the problems I have with not always using my main to do this. That there are some rares, unfortunately, I just can't kill. I'm going to go kill Garbage. Let's see if he's within range. I don't think he is within range. But it's a tag for me, at least. Can just about see him on the map, I think. I don't know if it'll count. Do they get experience when he dies? Do these guys get experience when he dies? No, they didn't get experience when he died. That's an indication that they're out of range. Out of range. We're not multi-boxing the racing. We're multi-boxing the Mechanica farm. Oh, pet's dead. That's a problem. Right, do we still need Swigs and Tally? Swigs is still dead. Tally hasn't spawned. Okay, right, well, we'll leave it here again. Oh, yeah, I've got this team to finish, so I've got Swigs and Tally to kill, and then I've got one more team to do, and then I've kind of done my daily Mechanica grind, which we can then put that to bed. I don't want to do too much of this, honestly. The whole point of this is to be able to blast it nice and quickly and then put it down and go do something else. Doing this for too long gets A, repetitive, and B, unnecessarily grindy. Because I don't have realm hops. All of my characters are on the same server, so... Right, it also sounds like coffee might be ready. Hello, dog. Hello, dog. One floof. Two floofs. Why? Any spawns? No spawns. Oh. I don't think the dog's got much water. Hang on, I'm a bad human. Are you thirsty, Bruce? Shall I give you some poppables? It's just yesterday's scraps. Here you go. Good girl. Yeah, must be good human. Okay, still no spawns. All of these 4 rares seem to be on about a 7 to 10 minute respawn timer, which I noticed over the last couple of days. When you get into the swing of things, you can kind of catch each respawn on a different team. So it works quite well. I think Swigs is literally spawned at the exact same time. I might lose one of these because my DPS isn't fast enough. We've also dragged the kill all the way over there, which is annoying. Oh, they still got... Can we get Swigs too? Yeah, lost Swigs. Can we make it over to Junk Wall in time? Junk Wall is up. Once again, I have the problem that at 6:16 it's challenging, should we say, to kill the weekly rares. I need to either jump on my main character to go do the weekly rares, or alternatively get these guys a little bit more gear so that they can solo the weeklies. It's alright if somebody else is over there helping, but I don't want to rely on that, you know. Right, well, we'll wait for Swigs real quick. Ever considered on that wall behind you where your YouTube view counter is now on the screen, you could have your channel logo and a neon sign or something? It's funny you say that. I've contemplated doing exactly that. I need to look into finding a company that can do custom neon signs. I'm sure there is some somewhere. My question is whether they work in Finland. There's not. I'm sure there is somewhere. I just need to look. But yes, I have considered that. My problem is my actual logo that I use right now is I don't have like a good high quality vector version of it. I only have a reasonably average resolution, like JPEG of the image, because I made this logo 10 years ago. So I would probably need to get the logo re-graphicked in the first place to then be able to give it to a company to convert it into a sign. But yes, I have thought like right sort of up on that wall, maybe possibly. It's a very good idea. Either the logo that's kind of in the corner up here, Or just like Mantheus, but in like script writing or something. That might be easier to do as a neon sign, I'm not sure. And let me do some quick checkity-boos that making sure that everything is running nicely. Yes, now we're cooking, you see. Now my graphics card is using 12 gig of RAM instead of like capping out at 16 where it causes crashes. All because I turned off DX12 and knocked it back down to DX11. DX12 be stupid. Well, no, DX12 is very good. It's just not good when you're doing this. DX12 doesn't scale very nicely. Many screens, what we doing? We're optimizing the Mechanica farm a little bit. Mechanicas are rare, and they are also personal loot items, meaning if you go into it with a team of 5, one character can kill the rare, yet all 5 characters qualify for loot. And since they are astronomically stupidly low drop chances, this basically 5x's my chance to get Mechanicas per rare kill. There is the caveat and the downside that it does take me a little bit longer to kill the rares, but that's definitely made up by the fact that I'm basically getting 5 times the output. I've actually kind of semi-lost track how many Mechanicas I've got right now. Since I started this last Friday, I have also simultaneously stopped tracking where I get them, because for all of these 4 accounts around the edge, they just go to the mailbox. So with them falling into the mailbox, then I don't keep track of them very well. Well, yeah, WoW thing would definitely help, yeah, but that's assuming that I've actually looted them in the first place. I haven't looted the mailbox, and when you loot them from the mailbox, you don't see where they came from. But yeah, keeping track of total quantity I could do on WoW thing, I suppose. Chief Foreman's another one that's a good one that's worth killing, but he's a pain in the ass to go and solo. At least on my Lobby Hunter characters. Right, was Swigs the last one on this team? Swigs was the last one on this team, so you guys are now done. Thank you very much. Right, next team. Next and last team. We're not going to spend too much longer doing this today. I made the commitment that I'm probably not going to do much of this actually on stream, simply because there's lots of downtime with me waiting for rares, which is, you know, arguably not very interesting. You can see the difference with load times. My add-ons clearly take significantly longer to load. Why did the macros not work? Don't even have a pet for some reason. You do not have a pet to summon. What are you talking about? Your pet is dead. I thought that's what I just did. Okay. I was also playing a bit more of the Division again last night. Division 2. Nearly level 40 in Division 2 now. which is meaning that I'm approaching like end game, which is kind of fun. I've never done the end game, particularly in the Division 2. Now I know the end game is clearly it's a looter shooter, so it's designed to just be a grind fiesta, but it's relatively fun, so I don't mind. Right, everybody's dead apparently. What about Thwack? Is Thwack alive? No, Thwack is also dead. Literally everybody's dead. Everybody's dead. Right, well, we'll hang fire for a minute if everybody's dead. Isn't auto-accepting the invite technically against TOS since it's not a one-click per account thing to accept it? No. No. There's hundreds of add-ons that allow you to auto-accept. Ooh, do we do a Sal run? Given the opportunity, we should do a Sal run. Like Leatrix Plus, for example, is an add-on that is used by quite literally millions of people that allows you to have auto-accept to groups from friends and that sort of stuff. So I doubt it's even skirting the line, to be honest. Ever notice that if your characters are on different realms, if you're logged into X realm, it won't show Y realm's mailbox item next to your character? It's hella annoying. You need to log into that realm to see if you have mail or not. I don't do much cross-realm stuff, so I hadn't noticed, but I can imagine that that's annoying, yeah. That sounds certainly problematic. I really am thinking that there is probably value in me doing a little bit more with these secondary accounts in regards to spreading them out a little bit and doing some cross-realm stuff. But I haven't quite decided exactly what or how. I already have like 20 or so characters on different realms from way back in the day when I was selling pets, but it's oh, tally's up. I'll drop you fellas off in a minute. What I need to do is spread things out a little bit. But I've always been cautious about doing cross-realm stuff across so many accounts. Because if you kind of get all of your infrastructure set up across, say, 5 different accounts, then that kind of locks you into like having to keep those 5 accounts up and running all the time. Which is arguably the only reason you split it across those 5 accounts is because it's profitable to do it in the first place. But I'm wondering if it's maybe just setting up like 50. Well, I don't know. There's nearly 100 realms now, so you kind of need. Obviously, there's 100 individual realms, 100 individual auction houses, I should say. 30 characters on 3 different accounts would be more comfortable, but like 20 characters on 5 different accounts maths out quite nice. Yeah, auction houses do not equal realms. Yeah, I know. Yeah. There's way over 100 EU realms, but in terms of like actual auction houses, I think it's 93. I think the number is. I can't quite remember. There's 83 toons are needed to cover all the NA ones. Okay, yeah. That would make sense when K-Chak has his, 170 something number that he throws out there, having characters on every realm. The XP buff event is coming in the new patch. I'm planning to level some alts just for fun. It's like 20%, isn't it? It's not a huge amount. There's a few level 70s I might get to 80. These toons, interestingly, slow. Every single rare kill's a few thousand XP. Meaning that they're not leveling up particularly fast, but over time they'll get a few free levels. I'm not really in any rush to get these dudes to 80. Stacked with the warband XP buff, so there's XP potion drops. Yeah, it'll definitely add up when you total it all together. Having toons on every realm is not really necessary. It's only really a flex, since most of the realms are not really worthy to be in. Yeah, the truly low population ones are maybe should be equally your lowest priority to have characters on, because some of the, it's difficult to contemplate when you predominantly play on high pop servers just how quiet the low pop realms are. I mean, it's a single digit percentage compared to the big realms. Low realms really do mean low. Still worth to snipe the items from the black market auction house on dead realms, though. Well, if you are collecting stuff, sure. Does the black market auction house still have the max level requirement to it? That will additionally make it slightly more annoying to get max level characters on low level realms. It'll also be time walking week when the event starts, so that's going to be nice. Yeah, could be some good options there. Could be some good options. One thing I want to try that I haven't tried yet is get my main hunter, my main geared hunter, to see if he can boost these 4 via delves or something. Since I reckon a 660 geared hunter can probably do low tier delves with 4 slaves pretty effectively still. I don't know what the XP would be like though, but when you stack all of those buffs up, it might work. Yes, I know there's the theory of doing an actual proper twinked out character, but I'm not too keen to get into that because it's caused a few issues recently. As is the way, sadly, with multi-boxing in general, that it is slightly risky in terms of the fact that you're not technically doing anything wrong, but other people tend to take an unnatural level of offence to you doing it. Delves are bad because the health points of the mobs will multiply probably by 5. It's probably just better to go in first pull of the Cinderbrew dungeon. Oh, and just rinse repeat that. Maybe. Quickly put tailoring on them all. Yeah. Maybe. I'm sure there's a 70 to 80 relatively chill way of casually leveling them up that doesn't involve too much outer world content. I just haven't really given it much thought. Moreover, there's a strong possibility that like Legion Remix will turn up and we'll be able to do ludicrous things in Legion Remix later in the expansion. And since I'm not really in any rush to either level these to 80 or to even get more level 70s, like, it's, you know, not a biggie. Who do I still need? Thwack. If we only need one more, we'll just camp his ass. He's dead. Oh, there we go. Oh, that was good timing, wasn't it? Nice. And Nitro. Oh, it wasn't one we needed, it was two. Oh my god, less dots. Woo! I think we just about got the tag on that. Nice. Right, there we go. Rare's killed for the day. Love that shit. That was nice and optimal. That didn't take us too long at all. I have not killed even a fraction of the weeklies on a lot of these teams, but I haven't quite figured all of that business out yet. Oh, what we haven't done is put our new logout macro on all of these. I've actually just realised having them standing by the flight path means that they don't particularly get much rested EXP. Because they're not technically in the hotel. Maybe that's something I care about, maybe it's not, I don't know.
Yeah?
Right, okay. Let's hop back on the main. Might be able to do some of the old world daily quest hubs that you still need to get some XP. The cooking, the fishing daily, and Ogrimmar Stormwind scale to your level, for example. Interesting. Yeah, plenty of options. Plenty of options for sure. Right, what we can do now actually. I can move these over here. They're not important to have on this screen anymore. What the flipping hell's Copilot saying? Go away. Put you lot over there. I don't really need to see them. They can lurk in the background. Right, okay. Still got some more dailies to kill on this dude if I want. I'm just thinking, considering it's Tuesday, isn't it? Is there anything that I should be doing to finish the week off? Or do I just want to tinker through a few things? Any more gear upgrades or anything we can do this week? I've got 15 rune undermined crests. They've got to be used somewhere. My gilded I'm saving, so then we can make a mythic. We can do a mythic upgrade to these next week. That's the plan. Okay. Not a huge amount of... oh, Olive Rats is up. Be rude not to. Rude not to. Kill's a kill. Uh, 13 13 Mechanica right now that have not been assigned to anything. Plus or minus mailboxes from a few days is probably, if I was to empty mailboxes, enough to get the third mount, but we'll save that excitement for another day. Let's go check things like patron orders. No, I've been real slacking on my chat lists. With trying to set up this multi-box setup, I've taken my eye off the ball this week with the chat lists, which means I am slacking a little bit with a rep. Yeah, I mean, I've done very little this week to chip away at this. I should have got this to about 10k this week, really. Not enough hours in the day. I don't know how casuals do it. They're all... We'll do some of those. Okay, less than 100 gold. We'll do less than 100 gold for a catch-up point. It doesn't ultimately make a huge amount of difference. Saved a crushed gemstone. Woo, go me. 80 gold. Nothing else to use my orders on, so I might as well. Wow, they're stinky. Okay, right. Our list isn't meant to be showing outside. Right, okay. I'm what is it showing 16 FPS up here? Nvidia clearly doesn't like having so many accounts open either. Turn you off. Right, yeah, I'm tempted to go and have a little poke around, you know, in Dragonflight raids. I'm intrigued. Curiosity is getting the better of me. Where's the flipping button I'm looking for here? There we go. Oh! I need to go collect that as well. Where is it? Yoink. 600 tender. Don't mind if I do. Did we scour this? Oh yeah, I got frustrated with this, didn't I? That... Wait, hang on. Didn't it just give me 600 traders tender? How can I only be on 540 when it was meant to just give me 600?
Come back again.
Wait, hang on. Hello? I swear it showed 600 on my screen. I mean, there you go. But it was in 2 stacks of 300, so maybe it's bugged. We could get another snaily boy. I don't know. I don't think I'm that fussed about another snaily boy, to be honest. We got plenty of snail mounts way back in the day. Oh, when does Noble Garden start? That's got to be soon, right? It's flipping Easter this weekend. Literally starts next Monday. Okay. Isn't it Easter? It's Easter this weekend, though. Easter's actually going to happen before Noble Garden even starts. That's quite funny. Oh, it's bugged. It shows double always. Oh, is that the case, is it? Okay. Yeah, I thought it looked a bit weird. Alright, fine. So, Dragonflight. Do we say the Vault of Incarnates is somewhat soloable? Or at least... where's ATT? In fact, let's just head there. I can't even remember where the flipping hell it is. Zygor. Sort me out. Dungeons. Dragonflight raids. Vault of Incarnates, go. I can't remember where the flipping thing is. Oh, hang on. Before I go do that, we've absolutely got to fix our bags a little bit. Yeah. Let's fix a few things real fast. 4 of 6, 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 1 of 6, 1 of 6. That's going to be crafted. That means that's maxed, that's maxed.
If needed, I will answer the call.
Farewell.
I have way too much gear in my bags. Let's quickly fix some stuff.
Many lucky doos you like.
Draft of Silent Footfall. I have no idea what that is. I've got 3 of them. Just go away. 603. That's a BOE. That's a BOE. That is a BOE that nobody cares about. That's a BOE that nobody cares about. Gold plated. That should be sold or at least banked for a while. I can pretty safely say anything under about 630 can just go in the bin right now. That's soulbound. Might be invisible cloak. That should be sold. That should be sold. They are relatively unique in appearance. Not worth anything right now, but... I don't know how I end up with all this low-level gear with such... that's all soulbound. It doesn't make any sense to me. How the flipping hell have I got so many rings? Game's clearly telling me something. Trinkets. Literally 2 of the exact same trinket here. Keep the one with speed buff on it. Two of the same trinket again. One with leech, one with not. That's far too low for me to care about. So are you. This is random stuff that I don't know what it does. Those can go away. Should we finally sell all of these? I need to sell all of these now, don't I, for inventory space. I was keeping these around because it's just funny to see them stack up, but I need the inventory space. Where does half of that come from? I should put those in the bank, or I could just sell them.
Many farewells.
Right, let's
I have calibrated my prices.
clear that up a little bit. Okay. It's not beautiful, but it's about as beautiful as it gets. At least it's half an inventory worth of space to see what happens. Right, yeah, okay. Let's go and see what we can do then. See how feasible this is. If at all. Port to Valdraken. Fly to the Vault of Incarnates in Thaldraszus. It's right over on the edge of the map, isn't it? I hate having my graphics settings so low.
For the glory of the dragons.
Over there somewhere. Oh, I gotta say, this game looks so much better in 4K. Even though I've got all my graphics settings like down low, little things like all of the text, so much sharper. Can I risk cranking it now that we're not really running a billion accounts? Maybe. I'll put it back later. Right, so when we get in there, we'll have a little look at the ATT list. Did I genuinely not collect any pets in Dragonflight? Did I slack that hard on collecting pets? I must have done. Holy. I didn't even realise. There was so much I didn't do in Dragonflight. Last couple of expansions, I've slacked big time. I would almost prefer not seeing the text that well. All it usually says is auction expired. Let's change the... Well, we'll just have it on normal for now then. Right.
Returning to our answered the Dragon Queen's call, Kalagos. But I wish the other aspects were here with us.
So...
Alexstrasza is still recovering from her last encounter with Razageth, as Dormu feels the weight of destiny pressing down upon him. It falls to us to take back this prison from the Primalists and ensure the other incarnates are not freed.
Then we shall not fail, my friend.
Let's put it in debug mode for a minute. This will mean it will show everything.
Inspire a tale that you can share
Let's see
with
what
your
Vault of the
progeny.
Incarnates has to offer that might be interesting to hunt after. So, zone drops, LFR, zone drops. Look at the price on these items. Now, I'm going to put the massive disclaimer right up here, being that hashtag inflated transmog values, but the fact that there is some sale data on some of this stuff is actually bonkers. Regional, this, like, for there to be sale data, it means it has to have sold in, I think it's the last 90 days for there to be TSM sale data. So that means within the last 90 days, this has sold for 200k. Now, ATT seems to think that these have been removed from the game. I'm not so sure that's the case. Is it maybe because you can't actually access LFR right now for Dragonflight stuff? Because there isn't the new vendor for it, because it hasn't gone. Yeah, maybe in that regard, the LFR stuff actually has disappeared from the game due to the fact that you can't technically queue LFR anymore. Not until they make it legacy. So in that regard, you actually can't, yeah. So the LFR stuff is probably why it's mental money. But does that not mean that similar items... Well, this is where the problem's going to lie, isn't it? Because TSM isn't going to track them that specifically. It's going to smush all of the items into one. But they do have different appearances, some of these, I think. Flamey shoulders, for example. I can see why flamey shoulders are attractive. Leather boots. Plate helm. Holy! Okay. Yeah, I can somewhat see why avid collectors or people that really, really, really want a certain appearance might still be interested in some of this. They're just the zone drops. Then you've got, obviously all of this is bind on pickup. So other than personal collection, I don't really care about this. Heroic, I guess it's the same scenario, right? Zone drops. Is there... Yeah, then you have the different colours with the different difficulties. Look, heroic then turns it blue, and then I guess mythic probably turns it a different color. Great Helm of Horned Fury is then like a dark blue on mythic. So there's the different item level. The different item level variations will actually have different color variations as well. Interesting. Okay. Common boss drops, we have all of the recipes. Most of which I imagine are not very lucrative, particularly anymore. Sells quickly for Mog 2. Oh, the Legion raid stuff. Can you only collect male gear on your hunter until Dragonflight becomes legacy, or can you loot normally since you are alone in the raid? Well, it'll all be personal loot still, so it will only be the male stuff technically, I think. Because it's not legacy, so it won't drop everything. So that's a good point, actually. It is going to mean that if it's... I would have to qualify for the loot in the first place. So like the shoulders I would qualify for. The waist, which is probably not that important. You'd need to run a plate wearer through to get the helm, I think. Alright, well, all of this is questionable until we figure out if it's even possible to, like, solo and kill trash and do stuff in here. Surely that only applies to boss loot, not BOEs. Oh! No, yeah, big true. Big true. BOEs are just... BOEs are BOEs. Yeah, big true. I don't even know how you get through this place. Should we have a little poke around, shall we? Sure. Why'd you not move? Do I have to prod them all awake? What's going on? I'm not even sure, to be honest, in Dragonflight, if I did this dungeon particularly on LFR. Like, I genuinely don't know.
Humanity itself. The Primalists have used their elemental magic to breach the outer Titan seal.
Carry me into battle. Go.
You know where the other incarnates are imprisoned?
Within the core of the mountain, Neltharion himself shaped the earth around the vault to protect it. We must break their lines and stop Razageth before she can free them.
The Primalists have summoned a massive fire elemental! Champions, focus your attacks on its center platform. Bring it down!
There's part of me that thinks I probably don't want to kill all of this trash, though, really, isn't it? Because isn't this what's going to give me all of the drops? I don't even know. Don't you usually blast through these as a way to... It's going to be fun getting the popcorn. Yeah, I'm actually tempted to not kill any of this because this is the trash that's likely to drop the BOEs I want in the first place, right? I don't even know. Or do you have to kill a certain amount to get to the boss? I mean, we can tickle them a bit, can't we? Yeah, it does nothing more than tickle them anyway. Getting the popcorn.
The skies are mine to control.
Okay, that seems to be just a timed situation.
Finish them. The ritual must not be interrupted.
So, right, let's see how Tell you what, let's just get rid of Zygo. He's not going to be very helpful, is he, right now?
Rest of the way on foot.
Rest of the way on foot. Right.
By Fang or by Talon, Razageth must be stopped.
Dare I go the whole Hagen Pop loot filter or whatever it's called? Loot appraiser. If we're doing it, do it properly, you know? This is not going to be optimal in any way, shape or form. This is purely in the category of testing. But I just want it to quickly highlight if we get anything that's interesting. We may or may not get anything that's interesting whatsoever. But the question is it possible? And considering these mobs have clearly less health than a world quest mob, already the trash seems easy enough. What was the point of that? Janky vehicle combat. Well, imagine when you're, 20, 40 people, however many, you can actually clear most of this trash whilst doing the flight event, which is kind of the approach that a normal raid, I think, would take with that, I guess. So that you don't have to do all of this killing, or back in the day you didn't have to do all of this killing. But I want to do some of the killing to see if any of this drops anything interesting. And RP reasons, yeah, and that. Set the scene. Oh, wait, okay. We ain't getting past a flame wall, are we? Do we have to go the other way? Do we have to clear the trash on both sides, maybe? Got to kill the elemental in the middle. Ah, I see, okay. Welcome in, Lazy, by the way. Hope you're doing well. Not spoke to you for a while. Lurking in the background. This fella. Right, so that's straightforward enough. For science, we'll kill all of the other trash anyway. Not a single one of these has dropped even a single piece of loot yet, though, so I'm quite sure there's no love on any of these. This is just something you might have to clear through. Arousing fire! Cash money. Totally worth. No loot from before the first boss. Okay, so not even like world droppy, zone droppy stuff. What the hell's a frozen portal stone, by the way? Do I click it? See a thing, click it. Right, that's the rule. See a thing, click it. Carrying a frozen portal stone. Okay. Can you tell I don't raid? If you want to make a character for every profession, which profession would you start with? May need to make gold to level the other professions with. Well, I would assume that by asking the question, you don't have a huge amount of gold to begin with, so you're gonna have to start by doing some manual labor, really. So you want to pick herbalism and mining first. Use that to spend a few hours gathering materials, selling them to those who want them. Once you've got a little bit of cash in your back pocket, you probably want to focus initially while setting everything up. Focus on using your concentration mostly, which would then suggest like enchanting is relatively cheap but also very quick to set up and get rolling. That then means every couple of days you can craft some high tier enchants. You can take the profit that you make off those to help fund leveling the other stuff. I would recommend enchanting, jewel crafting, inscription. Alchemy is quite good for concentration, but it's quite expensive and can be very random to set up, so I'd probably leave that to last. The actual straight up cost to level each of the professions right now is probably not that bad because materials are pretty cheap, at least in comparison to what they once were. So yeah, go that sort of route. Farm some materials for a few hours to get some, like, you're going to need a couple of 100k really. Oh shit, what happened there? I guess I wasn't meant to carry that stone in here or something, or maybe I was. Got like 100 to 200k, but I don't think it's enough so far. Well, it's absolutely plenty to get a couple of professions leveled, but it's not going to leave you much spare by the end of it. I'd use it to level enchanting first, honestly. Get used to crafting with concentration with enchanting. Once you've figured that trick out, you can spread out to all of the other professions. Right, so how much health does this dude have? He's only got 50k health, so it can't be that bad. So, surely we can just nuke this guy, right? 50k is like half an undermine rare, so this is like, should be easy business. That said, I have no idea what he does or what I should be paying attention to. What does this do? No damage whatsoever. Kill an ad. One shot an ad. Okay. Well, to be fair, this is also normal mode, but like you got to start at the beginning, right? Okay. That wasn't too difficult. Dragon Shard of Knowledge. Yo. God, I'd forgotten about those. Holy. Holy.
Razageth was not boasting. The sky is
I'd forgotten about those wonderful things.
cut the finalists off from their power before we engage the Storm Eater.
I expect they won't make it easy for us. Champions, when you're ready.
Oh, I wasn't listening. When I'm ready, what? When I'm ready, what? Click the portal, I guess. Click the portal? Portal, click the portal. If in doubt, click a portal.
The Kirin Tor stands with Calicos.
Making a frost fire mob or something that you then need to kill. Oh, so for some sort of achievement, okay. We'll figure that stuff out in the future. We're here on a gold adventure right now. As of right now, clearly not worth. Okay, that portal just takes us back to the beginning again. Okay, sure.
I'm glad you've come. Good luck.
Collect 3 shards, diddle diddle duh. On heroic difficulty, sure. Okay, do we go this way? I'm gonna go this way. I don't know where we go. Right. Now we're potentially at the point where BOEs become a potential, I guess. Anybody else notice that they nerfed the gold value of Dragon Shards of Knowledge as well? They used to be 50 gold. Not anymore. Who's this fella then? Primal Council. I'm also sure it's entirely possible to clear the whole raid and not see a single BOE. Which is why I'm thinking that maybe doing something that allows you to clear a bunch of trash and then reset. I don't think you can reset particularly, but if there's like, you know, trash usually does have a respawn timer. Maybe to, you know, clear the trash, log out, come back next day, do it again sort of thing. Quick 2-minute farm every other day. There's a possibility if you kill more bosses, then trash doesn't respawn. I don't know. We cleared it weekly, saw so few BOEs.
Fire is a hungry child. It must always be fed.
Well, we'll have a test. We'll see.
Consume your corpses for days.
See how far we can get. See what we get, if anything.
Frost does not care who falls into its icy embrace. Your faces will be frozen in horror forever.
The earth opens! Blood feeds the earth!
Are you dead?
Lightning's caress is capricious. One kiss marks you forever.
How many of these little minis do we have to kill first? Is it one of each elemental, I guess?
No matter.
Soon, the incarnates will be unleashed on a world in need of our rule.
So who's this? The Primal Council. Let's just nuke it. See what happens. If in doubt, kill stuff.
The earth opens! I'll purify you!
Bask in the power of the storm.
Flaming steel, sear your flesh!
This feels like it's gonna hurt.
Die, aberration! The earth opens!
Be wrapped in the blizzard's icy embrace.
My eye!
Okay. Everybody's dead. Primal Council. Everybody's dead. Nothing. Nothing. Love a bit of nothing. Okay. What item level have you got? It seems quite easy. I am 660. This is Vault of the Incarnates. Dragonflight raid. I'm intrigued to see just how soloable the Dragonflight raids are now. For one main reason, that the BOEs in this raid and Dragonflight raids in general are quite valuable. So it's potentially worth paying attention to if it's possible to work your way through methodically. What are you? Are you another rare? No, you're just a dude. And also, it should be pointed out, this is literally normal mode as well. So this isn't anything overly crazy. Mog farming? What happened to you? It's testing. Like, one of the biggest reasons why I don't do much of this is because usually my character's massively undergeared. Yet, for the first time in a while, I've got, like, some semi-reasonable gear. So,
They killed my brother. My vengeance requires
So,
power.
I thought it's worth giving it a go.
Quiet, whimpering fool. If I didn't have me with you, you'd already be dead.
Because once raids go legacy, pretty much anybody with a max level character can farm the shit out of them, which means anything that drops from them just plummets in value. But for a little while, whilst you there's that barrier to entry of maybe needing a bit of gear, that there's some possible goal making. I don't know. We're testing science. Right, who are you?
I will not
Darthia the Ascended.
feel my fury. Nothing can stand against my gale winds. Winds,
Boom.
the storm
Dead.
never breaks.
Nada. We are balling out with absolutely nothing so far. I don't know which one of these I'm meant to be going up, but I think the exit's that way, so we'll go this way. Is this the right way? No, this seems to be going back the way we came. Is back the way we came the way we go? I don't think it is it? What about one of these routes? Or maybe it is. No luck is necessary when you're doing 2.6 mil DPS. Is that what we're doing? Oh yeah, you're right. Aha, back down here. So now we take the different path, I guess. Path number 2. Negative. Speak to any of you guys? No.
Fair skies and strong winds.
I don't flipping know where we're going. Talk to a dragon, maybe? No. up in the middle. This thing? We came down there, I think. Oh no, this just takes us back up here. What's occurring here then? What have I missed? Can't go up the middle because there's a fucking great big wall there. There's teleporters up there. Well, it's definitely not that way, is it? Oh, this is the way. Okay. Oh, maybe kill the big elementals guarding the place. I see. Haha! Genius. Thank you, Lazy. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's quite clear that knowing the layout of the raid, even in a basic way, definitely helps. There's a Hearthstone you can get from one of the bosses if you're lucky. We'll see, we'll see. Some Grim Totem fella. He's a boss.
Master, Eranog has fallen. The invaders are headed towards us.
Let them come.
We usually went this way first, so assumed you did that already. Okay. Yeah, I'm just going where you know, the path takes me. Guess we go back that way in a minute. Oh, pigeon. Crunchy pigeon down. How we doing, Mikey? Welcome in.
The invaders are here! Work quickly!
Somebody sent Matthew a book on pigeons. If it's a bird and you don't know what it is, it's probably a pigeon. Does it fly? Yes, pigeon.
The elemental is almost to a flame! Be free!
It's a rock chicken. That's a better name. Right, Teros. Where are you then? Casual 80 mil. This is gonna hurt, isn't it? No, it's fine. Dead. Yeah, exactly. When in doubt, pigeon. That's the rule. If you got to ask, probably a pigeon.
We'll need to destroy any that remain before we confront him.
just as long as none of them are spiders.
This kind of feels like one of the things we should probably just set up a stream raid for. And just absolutely blast the pants off it. It'll get people their transmog, if nothing else, until it actually goes legacy mode. Obviously, the the downside there is that people will roll off on the BOEs, or maybe not even roll off on them. This is only normal right now. This was science test number 1, just to see if it was even feasible. There's a good chance that there'll be some bosses that have a random ass mechanic that like just straight up gatekeeps you from actually killing them. That's usually the way. And I'm sure some of you have already done this to find out which ones they are, but just use transmog roll only, problem solved. That's how it usually goes. That'd work. I too have been science testing the game and discovered some rather unusual shenanigans while in Chromie time. I mean, Chromie time is literally the definition of busted. Like, if there is something broken in this game, Chromie time will showcase it. I am intrigued though, because your shenanigans are usually quite impressive. Hang on, what's being linked here? What's being linked here? Stop the pigeon. Love it. Oh shit, if we pulled boss? Is this boss? This feels like boss. I'm going to kill ads because I don't know what ads do. There's probably something silly like getting frozen that will cause it to reset or something, so let's be careful. Begins to ascend. Where are you going? Oh, this is what you have to run up the stairs or something there, don't you? Right, I vaguely remember. Can we just fuck him up on the way there? Get him gone. Yeah, caution to the wind. If in doubt, blast. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? You dead? Where'd he go? I lost him. Where'd he go? Hello, boss? Well, I'm just gonna keep running. Just run up. Ah, Mikey. Okay, yeah, I'm. That is one aspect of Chromie time that is always a bit busted. Ugh. I mean, I guess this stacks eventually to be problematic. Wait, why am I doing no damage to him? Oh, interrupt him. Okay. I've also just realised my camera's not in the right spot again. The camera's meant to be there. I moved it earlier. These are the times I remember, man. This is a proper casual. Top tier casual. Hey, we got some loot for the first time today. Heroic piece of loot. Oh, we are doing it on heroic difficulty. Oh, well, this isn't even normal. Oops. Oops. Well, in that case, I'm looking at the wrong flipping menus here and all then, aren't I? This proper casual finally has some gear. Yeah, some. I still don't think it's impressive by most people's standards, but some is better than none, right? Proper casual doesn't even know what difficulty. I'm pretty sure I selected normal mode before I entered the raid, but apparently I didn't. $667 is the max you can go right now, so you're not actually that far behind. What, really? Have mythic raiders not really been able to stretch their legs particularly much yet? Yeah, 667 doesn't sound... Surely 675 is right within the realms of possibility for people, right? Oh, okay, new boss.
You dispatched a few of my playthings, nothing more. Now comes your doom. Now you face the master of primal elements.
Right, once again, don't know what he does, so nuke him. And then we'll find out after. Right, a knockback thingy. Prepares to summon elementals. Let's kill the elemental then, I guess. And then fuck him up some more. Okay, I definitely feel as if I have to do something on this boss. No idea what this is going to do. Okay, seems to be going down. Seems to be dead. Seems to be dead.
Creations will not threaten us again.
We cannot afford to relent. Not until we stop Razageth.
Right, okay. Let's mosey on. I think it looks like it's this way. To the primal bulwark. I don't know. Beastmaster's so nice. You get a whole raid in one. The only ever so slight drawback is, well, for me at least, is often just healing. Obviously, you have Turtle. You theoretically shouldn't be taking much damage yourself. You can mend your own pets, but if you take damage, or at least I tend to rely very heavily on exhilaration, and that's basically it. That can be my only slight hiccup. Right, what now? Oh, now the middle's open. Now I guess we go up here. But yeah, you're right. Like, it's silly. a pocket tank, you basically can't argue. I don't know what the balls do, but let's not get hit by them. It's probably the easiest solution. Coming back and doing this, I'm getting Mop Remix vibes of just like absolutely stomping raids. And yeah, we are right on track for like 500 gold an hour. Woo! Big money. Right, who are you? Bloodkeeper.
Is dead.
Lots of eggs that I probably need to pay attention to. What are your buffs? Prevent all damage below 56% remaining health. Empowers nearby allies, increasing damage done, decreasing damage taken, and healing every second. Well, that's going to be flipping broken, isn't it? Alright, well, in normal fashion, nuke it, see what happens.
Vengeance for my son. Lightning, hasten my broom. I release the gale's fury. Brood to me.
Right, it's hit 56%. Now what are we doing? Kill ads.
Bring forth my brood. Let the tempest be unleashed.
Right, I don't like this tantrum business. Stop doing this tantrum business.
Lightning, hasten my broom. Release the gale's fury.
This feels like it's not going to plan. Something about this feels like it's probably not working. I seem not to be able to kill much of anything here.
Bring forth my brood. Let the tempest be unleashed.
Click the staff. I can't even see a staff. Yeah, nothing be dying. Nothing be dying. Let's figure out what the hell's going on there. Guide the beam to the eggs. This is the one I kept dying on. Click the staff, guide the beam to the eggs. I didn't even see a staff to click on, so I'm hard failing at like option 1. Big circle and get inside it. Click the extraction button and then guide the beam over the eggs. Okay. And keep the Summerdads away from the Broodkeeper, otherwise they become immune. So keep pet on boss. Ignore ads, they get massively healed when near the boss. Okay. Right, I didn't see a big big circle on the floor, nor did I see staff. So let's reevaluate the situation here. Pay a little bit more of attention to what's going on around us. Okay. Guide the beam through the eggs. Why didn't that do anything? Oh, it did. Okay. Nuke some more. Where did the staff go this time? Come through this egg, maybe? Oh, Petstead. Hang on. Petstead. Starting to get a bit hectic in there. Starting to get a touch hectic. Now I can't see me staff. Yeah, okay. Okay. Da, 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 da. 100 storm energy, rapid incubation, expediting the growth of the dragon inside. Players incurring great staff can break the eggs. Else the lieutenants from each primal element joins the battle. Prior to gaining Bloodkeeper's Fury, players with the gaze take increased damage as well. You were too slow. The beam has to go over the eggs within the timer so they get destroyed before the ad hatches. Okay. Third time's the charm. A couple of deaths, actually, in regards to repair costs, has probably nuked any gold made. But it's fine. Science is never free. Can't I just pick a corner where there's like no eggs? I don't know. So is she empowering these eggs? So break that egg. Break this egg. If I'm quick enough, I can just fuck up the ad.
Bring forth my brood! Let the tempest be unleashed! Lightning, hasten my brood! Release the gale's fury!
Yeah, I don't know how to get the debuff down. That's what's confusing me.
Chosen, protect your keeper! Bring forth my brood! Let the tempest be unleashed!
Yeah. Still a little bit too much like hard work, this one. A little bit too much like hard work. I'm up to 7.5 mil with crossbow flipping shenanigans. Nice one, man. That's big. The debuff is removed by the eggs. So as long as there are eggs, you can't kill her. Oh, so that's... Huh. Alright. No, it's I appreciate the offer. I want to, like, if this isn't soloable, it's not something I want to like worry about. That's the thing. It's the focus is, can I solo it? It's not is it possible? Can we consider knocking it down to normal mode just for this boss? I don't know. Or maybe we just say, maybe we call it there. My suspicion already from this is that the only value in being here whatsoever, realistically, is you getting BOEs. So having an area where the trash can respawn and you can re-kill the trash is probably the only way that farming this is actually valuable. It's soloable but very tricky. Well, I was already basically able to nuke the ads. So maybe on normal mode I could just nuke the ads fast enough. Is it a paradox that gold farmers are not good at the game? And good players are bad at gold farming? Oh, pretty much. I would imagine. I mean, you're good at what you spend a lot of time doing, right? I'm not saying that there's people out there that, yeah, oh, okay. Oh, okay. It was on. It is entirely possible for you to be good at both, but it depends where you devote your time, really.
The Kirintor have answered the Dragon Queen's call, Kalagos. But I wish the other aspects were here with us.
Alexstrasza is still recovering from her last encounter with Razageth, as Dormu feels the weight of destiny pressing down upon him. It falls to us to take back this prison from the Primalists and ensure the other incarnates are not freed.
Then we shall not fail, my friend.
Boss position is the main point. If you send your pet to a specific position, the boss should follow, and that should enable you to kill off the ads. If they stay out of the boss's range, they don't get healed. Yeah. Yeah, I can see how that's possible.
The Kirintor stands with Kalagos. The Primalists have used their elemental magic to breach the outer Titan seal. Kalagos, do you know where the other
Let's do
incarnates are imprisoned?
the first little bit on normal. See what the difference between normal and heroic is.
Neltharion himself shaped the earth. We must break their lines and stop
These are
Razageth
now,
before she can
instead
free
of
them.
10 mil, they're like 6 mil.
The Primalists have summoned a massive fire elemental! Champions, focus your attacks on its center platform. Bring it down!
We sort of decided that most of the trash in here is, in this first section, doesn't drop BOEs. Well, that's the general consensus at least. Yeah, sciencing the BOEs out here. I mean, we've, for the most part, scienced that the raid bosses are mostly soloable. I accidentally did it on heroic to begin my science, which was my bad. Unfortunately, it looks like you do just have to run down the clock on this event.
The skies are mine to control.
Are there any farmable mounts in the Shadowlands raids? I
Ritual must not be interrupted.
can't really remember. They should be legacy mode. I mean, you've got the Jaina mount, for example. That's a big popular one, I think. I have not confirmed whether Shadowlands is actually in legacy mode these days. And if it is, it's probably 1% drop chance territory. BOD, I think, has got a mount drop in it somewhere as well. Most last bosses, I think, are probably mount drop bosses. So I'd imagine there is stuff to farm and collect. Yeah, most of this doesn't even drop loot. Apart from the occasional rousing fire. When they do these different colour variations between difficulties, though, I bet that really frustrates collectors. That it's not good enough to, like, just clear a mode on whatever difficulty and get all of the appearances from each drop. You know, when you consider how warbands are set up now to like value the player's time, to have to both clear a raid and 100% that raid on all of the various difficulties as well to actually get all the appearances, I bet that causes some hair to be pulled out. I'm glad I don't get too deep into that sort of stuff. Interestingly, this dude doesn't seem to have any less health than he did on Heroic. It didn't feel that way. Did some quick research. Seems only 2 mounts still drop. The one from the 9 on any difficulty, and the other is Mythic Jailer. Some stuff to chase after. Yeah, surely... I don't know. Surely the end boss of each raid will still drop their mount. Right. Okay, now this dude's excuse me, only 40 mil health on normal. So that's what was he? 80 mil I think on heroic. So I mean it's half as easy. Get away with significantly less gear.
March for destruction! Rally to the root, mother. I've failed you.
Another dragon shard. Love it. And a trinket of all things. Not even Mog.
Think we can take to the skies?
Right, so
Razageth was not boasting.
what is the actual route you're meant to take? Are you meant to go right first?
Off from their power before we engage the storm.
Or is common practice to go right first?
They won't make it easy for us. Champions, when you're ready.
I got a shield from Skyreach, but not the bulwark. Unlucky. Maybe next time. It's epic though, 80k in value, I'll take it. Worth posting at least. I don't know what people's cutoff for sort of transmog is, but I would, I don't think I'd really pay much attention to anything below sort of 30, 40k these days. If you can't get, you know, if a piece of transmog isn't going to give you like an entire hour's worth of regular farming, I'd just basically ignore it. Put it in the bin. It's not worth posting it at that point.
My creations will rend their flesh from bone.
But obviously my opinions on transmog are very different to others. I'm sure you can make lots of sales on 10, 20k things, but it still weirdly doesn't seem like it's worth the effort. But yeah, 50, 60, 70, 80k, worth listing it at least. Aha, it's the pigeon.
The invaders are here! Work quickly! Cowards! The elemental is almost to our plane! Be free!
Alright, let's get him down. Oh, I forgot I had Bloodlust. Any loots? Any loots? 100 gold though, mind.
If Kurag can manifest creatures this powerful, we should proceed with caution. We'll need to destroy any that remain before we confront him.
Jaina definitely does drop Gmod on LFR, just like they said. Okay. It's Mecha's mount, but it drops from Jaina on LFR. Interesting. Made golden caps selling transmog. They do sell. You just need to be patient and consistent with it. Yeah, that's the like. It's not that they without going on a complete Ranthius TED talk about transmog, I think it's just very, very heavily missold to like novice goal makers that go farm up a bunch of mog from vanilla dungeons and you'll get rich. I think that's the biggest problem, really. It's not that there aren't players out there that are willing to spend ludicrous amounts of gold on appearances. It's just having the right stuff. And I think one of the worst bits of advice generally, or maybe not necessarily worst bits of advice, but context is everything. When people are told that you need like 1,500 to 2,000 pieces of transmog before you'll start seeing sales, what's also carefully forgotten from that perspective is that if you try and list 1,500 pieces of transmog, you're going to be spending flipping hours listing the damn things, which is highly inefficient and is going to nuke pretty much any profits you make from doing it in the first place. Sure, you can list 1,500 pieces of transmog, but you probably want no more than 50 to 100 on all realms. You want to spread it out as much as you can. Otherwise, you are just going to spend days listing the stuff. And literally anything that has a sale value of less than 500 gold, 1,000 gold, you should just instantly put it in the bin. Don't even bother. You got to remember, you get 800 gold by doing a world quest these days.
you sense?
Looks like Kiron had himself an ice spider, and it laid eggs.
Dead. Much easier kill on normal.
Good riddance.
Don't understand why transmog farmers are so obsessed with selling on one realm, often RP realms. Just spread it out with about 80 items per server. It's way faster. Well, you got to remember that that's only really been feasible since the launch of the expansion, which is only like 6 months. So it's there's 20 years of past advice still floating about out there. Got Jackhammer from Alderman in my first 40 runs, sold it later for 3 mil. I would question how later is later. Like, those uber rares can take years to sell. Your best option, and this is what I highly recommend to most farmers, is ignore what the market value is on those things. Literally cut the price in half and sell it to a reseller. Sell it to a reseller who will just put it on a realm and add it to the list of things they list every day and forget about it. Pretty much the same with any like super big ticket item. You know, your bulwark shields. You know, that sort of tier stuff. Anything that has like 6-figure value, if you are actively out farming it yourself and you get lucky, just halve the price, sell it to somebody else who is willing to resell it, because you'll actually make your quick sale that way. Don't feel hard done by the fact that you're not getting market rate, because market rate could take you 6 months, it could take you a year, you could never get that. Halve the value, sell it to somebody that's willing to sit on it and resell it, and then move on and be happy with the very quick and easy gold you made. Because proactively farming rare transmog, how often are you going to get that piece? Like, let's be real. Made tons of gold off Student. Well, I bet. Yeah, I bet. Like, I'd imagine you can go to Argent Dawn and pick up transmog, like, for silver on the gold.
You dispatched a few of my playthings, nothing more. Now comes your doom.
2 Mechanicas in the space of 10 minutes. What's going on? Hey, keep going. Don't stop. Don't stop. Well, I didn't see this mechanic the first time I killed this dude. What's that ring business about? Down he goes. Nothing. Nothing. It took you 3 years to sell it. Yeah, that's not really a surprise. If you're the biggest remover of transmog from the economy is not players buying it and learning appearances. It's definitely the mailbox monster. Without question. Especially people that do like level up to selling across, you know, a variety of servers. They only need to take 30 days off. They only need to drop their game time for a month to go play another game to come back and find the mailbox monster has eaten everything. I reckon that's the single biggest sink of items in the game. Right, I think that's the whole right-hand side done. We go this way now. Switched it up a little bit this time because this felt a bit more of a natural path. You can recover lost mail. You can, yeah, but you're limited to how much you can do it and how frequently you can do it. And also, let's not forget how many people just don't do it.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Luis Simoes, thank you very much for the sub. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Welcome in. Mail recovery sucks ass. Yeah, it's funky at best, isn't it? It's funky at best. Ha! Dragon. Okay. Knowledge points. Dragon shards of knowledge. What's going on here? Love farming. The mogs can't stop. I mean, like I said with anything in this game, do it for as long as you enjoy it. Genuinely. Obviously, quite frequently, I'll ask it, you know, get asked questions about, is it worth farming mog or whatever? And if you have a passion for padding out your own personal collection, you know, live by the rule, learn the first, sell the second. You can obviously, if you really wish, put a price tag on that rule. You know, you could say that, you know, I'll learn the first and I'll sell the second on stuff under 50k. If it's over 50k, I'd rather have the gold than that one single appearance. Then that's up to you, you know. But like, live by the theory of the first of anything that you get, learn it for your own collection. Then and only then sell your quote-unquote spares. That way you'll just, you know, you'll do it for as long as you enjoy padding out your collection. And you'll also passively make a little bit of gold. Like, that's a byproduct. Metro 2033 is free on GOG Store if anybody's interested. 1 day left. Never really played the Metro games. That's it's good to know though, thank you.
Lightning's caress is capricious. One kiss marks you forever. No matter.
Soon, the incarnates will be unleashed on a world.
I can't remember what we did here. I think we just nuked them all again, didn't we?
Pain and stone! Die, aberration!
Lightning, purge these aberrations.
My bride!
You cannot. My Gadros, no!
It's easy enough. 3.2 mil DPS. God bless AoE. God bless AoE. Still no loot though. Stupid game. Yeah, I can unless we figure out some sort of way to like farm the trash and respawn the trash, there isn't really much value in being here. You're kind of relying on being heavily lucky on just getting a BOE. It doesn't seem like BOEs drop particularly. Maybe the amount of BOEs that dropped back in these raids was somewhat scaled to the amount of players in the raid, possibly. Or maybe that just the BOEs are really, really low drop rate. But this little run mostly is just sort of seeing if there's some viability here. If we can clear through the raid without too much difficulty, then there's some possibility at least. But currently not much outside of just getting very lucky and getting a BOE.
My brother, my vengeance requires your power.
Quiet.
It was a very low drop chance even when it was current. Might not be a bad idea putting a little shopping list of them together. Having it as a, you know, quick scan. See if anybody accidentally posts them at like 5k or something. Knowing that they're still, for a while at least, going to be quite difficult to come by. Good sniper list bait, I reckon, the BOEs for this place. You'd carefully probably want to put the different colour variations into a list as well.
Feel my fury. Nothing can stand against my gale winds. The storm never.
Oh, Warglaves. Well, that's odd. That's odd. That seems to indicate that you're not even likely... Okay. So you're not... So you're able to get loot from all loot pools, apparently. Sure. At least in some regard then, if you are super keen on padding the list, you can technically farm this, but it's still clearly better to just wait for it to go legacy. Default loot rules, one person equals a 20% chance at one item from the entire loot pool for that boss. Oh, okay. So you got to kill 5 bosses really before you're, on average, going to get a single appearance. So yeah, this is heavy, heavy time sink. Do it only for maybe possibly getting a BOE. And then you can quite quickly see why they're valued at stupid money still. Right. Back to this bag of dicks. This didn't go... Oh my god, have I accidentally pulled? This didn't particularly go to plan on heroic. Let's see how we deal on normal. It might give me a little bit more leeway to figure out what the hell's going on. Yeah, I think I can almost DPS through the heal. Which is probably what will make it easier to do on normal. Maybe if you've got uber burst DPS, you'll be able to do this without worrying about the mechanics too much on heroic. But yeah, I seem to be able to burst through the heal. Okay, now not so much. I can't see the eggs. Oh, they're all the way over there. Yeah, not going to get there in time. Yeah, this still isn't going to plan, is it? Damn, I might actually have to do mechanics. Can I kite them far enough away? Okay. Yeah, this is a bit stinky. It is weirdly kinda working. It's not smooth, and it's not pretty. If Pet could do pet things. Ah. Yeah, okay. Oh shit, here we go. Yeah. No, I don't remember where I posted some of the Mechanica pets and I'm trying to find them. Whoops. Egg immunity is absolute though, so no way around if Blizzard doesn't disable it. If you would use that one button, all your problems would be solved. What do you mean one button? Wait, which button? Hang on. Yeah, the reality is I'm completely fat fingering the entire fight, so I'll get one more go. I'll get one more go, and then we'll see. Found them hiding on a Spanish server. Hey, Spaniards like some pets too. Oh, it absolutely is soloable. Pet on passive, misdirect pet, the boss onto the pet and put it in one place. So you're saying, put pet over there, Pet over there. Put him on passive.
Feel my wrath.
I have pet attack macroed on some stuff, which is probably going to be an issue here.
Lightning, hasten my bloom. I release the gale's fury. Ruled to me.
I only seem to be able to do one of the eggs each time. Is one of them just always going to spawn?
Bring forth my broom. Let the tempest be unleashed.
Whoops. Well, you go over there.
Lightning, hasten my broom. I release the gale's fury.
Now me flipping.
Chosen, protect your keeper. Bring forth my broom. Let the tempest be unleashed.
Kite them out the range of immunity. Or just nuke them like that.
Lightning, hasten my broom. Release the gale's fury.
Pet over there. Misdirect onto the boss. Go on, over there.
Bring forth my broom. Let the tempest be unleashed.
Nah, it's far too much like hard work, this one. Far too much like hard work.
Lightning, hasten my broom. I release the gale's fury.
Yeah, the pet attack macro means that the pet doesn't stay where the pet is told to go, so I could undo all of my macros and stuff, but I'm not going to bother. I think it's pet attack is macroed to kill command, which is probably, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Stupid boss. I'm not that bothered. Anyway, what we have determined from this little adventure anyway is that flying through this and killing the actual bosses is basically pointless unless you're really after the Mog. It's the trash that you need to kill anyway, so not actually getting all the way there doesn't really matter. Other than maybe the last boss might offer something cool, I don't know. Razageth has I mean, other than the really cool appearances, mind, but this is all bind on pickup stuff. Yeah, there's not really strong necessity to actually kill all of the bosses in here anyway. And even then, it's going to be mythic where you get... Razageth the Storm Eater has been removed from the game. Removed with patch 11.0.2. Oh. Okay. So even doing it on Mythic, there's no real point yet. It's gonna have to go Legacy before we get this back, right? Or is that just bad info from... Has it gone 1% yet? I don't know. Alright, okay. Well, we'll put a little pause on that little science experiment. Getting the BOEs would be cool, but I haven't quite figured out a fancy way to respawn the trash in here. And if the first pile of trash doesn't seem to drop anything, it's not like you can just kind of fly in, kill all of that, come back the next day when it's respawned, do it again sort of situation. Feels like you might need to do a little... do something else. Right, I've been sat on my ass now for like 3 hours straight. Give me 2 minutes, boys and girls. I'm going to take a quick ad break, and then we'll be back in 2. Oh, okay. Looks like an ad is still playing in the background. Give that 20 seconds. Probably need to clean out some bag space here. Hey, Mr. Goldson with a raid, my man. Thank you very much. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you had a good stream. there's the dilla 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 duh. I heard it, I saw it coming. I saw it coming. Thank you, my man. Let's get some of this out the way. Shit, I don't really need. Some of the very few pieces of gear we did get to drop.
My thanks for your patronage.
What even are these ancient vault artifacts? I don't even know. Part linked to some quest for something. We'll figure it out. Oh, actually, thinking about it, oh, these probably need making go away as well. What the hell's primal focus? Combine 10 primal focus to create a primal. Oh yeah, I remember. Well, they'll just go in the bank. Got to fix my PC, fresh install, so ended stream early. Do you know how to export an OBS? Just in the default settings, I think. I don't know. You can't tinker with profiles once live, but I think there's an export button. I think there's an export button on your profile. Back it up safely. Those fresh PC installs are needed sometimes. Just recovered from a reset. Feel the pain. Yeah, getting all your bits of software back in order is the big trick there. But once done, it's worth doing. Got to roll, enjoy the stream. Appreciate it, my man. Have a good rest of your day. You've caught us. If you've just joined with Goldson, you've caught us just ever so recently finishing doing some testing of BOE farming, or well, I say BOE farming, more doing Dragonflight raids, seeing if they're possible now that we've got a little bit of gear behind us. The answer is yes, it's mostly possible to kill them, but no, there's not too much value. Well, there's lots of value in the BOEs if you can get them to drop. That's the thing. Farming the trash is the challenge there. But at least with reasonable gear, you can stroll in there and just one-shot most of the bosses now, even though it's only one expansion old, which is kind of cool. Probably a little bit more testing needs to be done on that to see just, you know, to fine-tune, squeeze out some BOEs, find out which trash respawns, which trash doesn't respawn. But at least we know that it's kind of possible. Stupid undermine rare weak aura won't work. Sometimes it pops up and in places where it doesn't. If you just do /weak aura, open it, close it, it seems to refresh itself or something, which is odd. But yeah. Right, the question is then, for the last hour of the stream, what should we do to keep ourselves busy? That was kind of my main thing today, to have a little bit of a poke around in Dragonflight dungeons, see if they're possible. This dude is pretty much finished for the week. Maybe I'll just check some orders and stuff on alts, see where that takes us. I might not have done many, if any, delves on my paladin. I might not have done a single delve on this dude actually this week. Check the PTR, watch the video we talked about. Well, yeah, actually, yeah, where's Mr. GM's little... Didn't somebody say Mr. GM's done a everything that's coming new kind of video? Uh, 11.15 patch overview. Strong chance you guys can't hear this. That one?
The video to
Yes. Kill tunes for a minute. So 1115 turns up, not tomorrow, but you know, a week from today. Now, we know that there is some stuff that's going to be quite aggressively time gated with this, which is a touch of a frustration, but it is what it is. But let's see what is coming. Let's put the link in chat. Mr. Dan, Mr. GM has been on it. Make sure to, if you're not already, make sure to give the video a like. Hit sub if you're not subbed. Let's see what's exactly is coming. Make sure we got some pixels.
Today we're going to talk about patch 11.15 of the War Within, and in this video we're going to go through everything coming in 11.15, all the different release dates, all the different content. This is going to be a pretty big patch when you look at it, but it is going to be split up into different dates, which we'll go through in this video. But before we jump into that, guys, I do want to give a huge shout out to everyone over on the Patreon. Just started posting over there fairly regularly, so I really appreciate all the support that everyone's given me, and if you want to join us, I'll leave a link down below. Right, so yes, patch 11.15 is coming extremely soon, with the release date
next week
scheduled for April 22nd in the NA region and April 23rd in the EU. But as alluded to at the start of the video, this patch has various different content coming out over the next couple months, and we will run through all of that in this video. So let's start with a few things which are coming out on patch day, and the big thing here is the Nightfall Outdoor World content. So this is brand new Outdoor World content taking place in Hallowfall and Arshgehet.
Am I the only one that like sees about 4 pixels? Or is it just... Huh, okay, sure.
The main content here is a world event which will take place every hour on the hour in Hallowfall on the western side of the zone. This world event is 10 to 15 minutes with various activities like killing NPCs, clicking things, the kind of regular stuff you'd expect from a world event. And of course, you'll be filling the bar and getting various rewards for doing so. And it all culminates with killing a Nerubian boss with the kind of people around you, which is actually pretty cool. It's quite a fun little event, and it is repeatable as well for different amounts of reputation, which we'll talk about in a second. But this world event does have a weekly quest linked to it. The reward for this will give you an emblem, which you can use to purchase 636 champion weapons.
636 champion gear. And there's probably going to be multiple pieces of gear, and it's a once per week pickup. So they're trying to make sure that you do this at least once a week for multiple weeks in a row. I would guess by this point champion gear for even average Joe, champion gear is like, you know, it's kind of like, sure. Good for alts. Good for alts. Run your alts through this. There's going to be some quick and easy, no messing champion gear.
And armor. The appearance of the armor is actually a really nice white recolor of the Arathi armor set, which...
Cloth wins here, by the way. Cloth wins. I think of all of the sets here, the plate's not too bad, but cloth wins. I think this is the coolest one.
Yeah, it looks really, really good. Beyond the world event, there are daily quests here as well. There are 2 variants. You have the Radiant Incursions, which take place in Arshgehet, and the Sareki Incursions, which take place in Hallowfall. These rotate daily, and these are essentially just 3 fill the bar quests around the zone. So every day you'll get your quest, you'll go to the different areas, fill the bar, complete the quest. Completing these daily quests will give you a confiscated cultist bag, which does contain Warband to equip veteran gear, item level 623, and the appearance of this is actually the purple coloration of the Arathi set. You also get some various junk you can just sell for gold, and there's a chance of getting...
Literally shit that is just going to flood your inventory. Love that. Love that. Bag bloat's not a thing. At least they're grey items, so they'll instantly be vended, though.
The Void Scarred Lynx Mount, which is a very cool variant of the Lynx Mounts we saw in Season 1. You also get Resonance Crystals and Reputation for a new reputation, and that is the Flames Radiance. Yes, this whole event comes with a brand new renown, and this is the Flames Radiance. This is a 10-level renown with 2,500 reputation per level, and this is obviously gained through completing the world event and the daily quests. The reward...
We did some maths on this the other day, and it basically, to go from 0 to 10 on the renown, it's going to take 50 completions of the event outside of any bonus rep you gain by doing quests. So expect this to be one of those on the hour, every hour, spam it until you're capped kind of games.
Rewards for this renown are really cool. You have 3 tab bars you can get, various toys, new pets, a mount, customizations for the Delver's dirigible, 10 brand new titles, one for each level of renown, and crests and resonance crystals. So there are various rewards which you can get here. One thing that's really interesting about this, currently on PTR, is that you could do the world event multiple times, every hour on the hour, and still get reputation from it. However, it is a little bit less. You could also complete the daily quests again on other
Wait, hang on. What did he say there? Was that day? So the rep's not locked daily. The rep is just on the hour, every hour, or you can do it multiple times within the same hour. That doesn't make sense. Hang on. What did he say?
This currently on PTR is that you could do the world event multiple times, every hour on the hour, and still get reputation from it. However,
yeah. On the hour, every hour, you'll get the rep every time, and it's like 500 rep per completion.
It's a little bit less. You could also complete the daily quests again on other characters, which will also give you reputation, just be it a little less. So if you really wanted to grind this out extremely quickly, alts are going to be your friends during this. But this is just as of PTR, so perhaps that's not exactly how it's going to work. But yeah, that is the Nightfall content in 11.15. Another feature for 11.15 coming on patch day is the cooldown manager. This is a brand new kind of built-in weak aura of sorts to track all of your cooldowns on your class. This is enabled in the settings and has 4 different sections to it. You could track utility cooldowns, essential cooldowns, tracked buff, and then there's a tracked bars, which gives you a bar for certain buffs and things. Now, this is completely customizable with regards to changing the orientation, the icon direction, the size, the padding, and there are different checkboxes for hiding it when inactive, or timers and tooltips and things like that. The only thing that's kind of not great about this is that you can't customize the buffs that you track, so you literally will track everything, and it doesn't track trinkets, which is kind of strange. So yeah, currently this is obviously the first iteration of this. No doubt this will get changes.
Doesn't track trinkets. Surely that's the one thing that most people heavily want to track. Okay, sure. I guess this... We were talking about this the other day. So the cooldown manager, my perspective on this is that Blizzard are going to implement a basic option. It's not going to replace using add-ons to do exactly that. But add-ons will be infinitely more customizable, realistically. But it's at least a step in the right direction. Not tracking trinkets is a big whoopsie. And having no ability to turn off what things you know, you may not necessarily... Because the point of tracking, you track it, the most important cooldowns, you want to make the most prominent. The lesser important stuff you don't care so much for, and it's just adding more screen bloat. So they really should allow you to turn off the ones you don't want to track. That seems like a very fundamental thing that they should have done, but we'll see how it plays out all the same. I'll eat Mathis' hat if they don't nerf it on alts. They will, yeah, that Nightfall event is going to be something that people will literally bang it out in a couple of days and be done with it, I'm sure. People will try it, realise that it doesn't give them the options that they want, and then they'll disable it and basically never use it. Yeah, people who are... You got to remember, veterans to the game who have used add-ons for years at this point are going to continue to use the add-ons, right? But they'll, you know, relatively new players to the game that maybe don't have any cooldown tracking at all will turn it on and go, oh, this is cool. You know, it's better than nothing, but it's still not going to probably be the best option. Are there any of the old raids worth running for raw gold? No. Raw gold farming, my opinion, is one of the biggest wastes of time you can possibly do. Blizzard tries very, very aggressively to nerf any time there is a substantially worthwhile raw gold farm. So you're playing cat and mouse. Basically, you're best off hunting for BOEs predominantly.
Over time, but it is nice to see some of these kind of weak aura type things coming into the default game. So yeah, that's coming on patch day of 11.15. Another thing coming on patch day, however, not lasting that long, is the Winds of Mysterious Fortune XP and Reputation buff. So this starts on April 22nd or 23rd, depending on your region, and will run until May 20th. This is a brand new leveling event.
Experience gains increased by 20% for 10 levels through till level 80. Oh, for levels 10 through to 80, sorry. Dragonflight reps increased by 200%. The War Within reps increased by 100%. Quests and kills in the Dragon Isles and Kazamgar on leveling characters will have a chance to reward mysterious satchels that contain equipment, cosmetics, and combat and experience potions. Okay.
Which will increase your XP gains by 20% from levels 10 to 80. Also, as well, you will get some reputation buffs for Dragonflight and War Within. So for Dragonflight reps, your reputation gains will be increased by 200% for the Dragonscale Expedition, the Maruk Centaur, the Ascara Tuskar, the Valdrakan Accord, the Loam Niffin, the Dream Wardens, Sibelian, Rathian, and the Cobalt Assembly. On the War Within side of things, your reputation gains will be increased by 100% for a lot of the Season 1 reps. So you have the Council of Dawn of Gol, the Hallowfall Rathi, the Assembly of the Deeps, the General, the Vizier, and the Weaver. Also, during this event, quests and kills in the Dragon Isles and Kazalgar have a chance to reward mysterious...
Has that not been changed? Has Dan missed an update on that somewhere? I thought I read somewhere that the cartel ones are now getting a buff as well. Even though originally they said Undermined factions are excluded from this buff. Did I dream that? Was that wishful thinking? Although I'm pretty sure I saw something the other day saying that they'd re-evaluated that. It changed after this video. Oh, so it's a very recent change. I saw something about it somewhere. I can't remember where I saw it though. If anybody has a link to confirm or deny my theory. I'm pretty sure I saw something that says that the Undermined factions are subject to 100% rep gains as well now, due to popular demand. Does this include Dark Fuse as well? I would assume so. They're considered a sub-cartel, which would mean technically... that's a very good question. I see where you're going with that. If the Dark Fuge rep is also doubled, that would theoretically mean it takes only 1,000 market research to get a Paragon box. And in that case, that will then be very easily the fastest way to farm Mechanicas for as long as this event is on. Which, of course, is not permanent, but for 4 weeks at least. For 4 weeks at least, that could be an absolute blast for Mechanicas. Desperately trying to find or rack my brain to where... Annoyingly, I think I saw it on Twitter, which means it could be flipping anywhere. Has anybody got a link to this magical update that I have seemingly dreamt up, but stating that the cartels are also included? I'll find it. I'll find it and confirm. No link, but I saw it as well. Yeah, I've seen something over the last couple of days stating that this has been adjusted to also include the sub-factions. Not the main faction, but the sub-cartels. Since they're hella grindy to begin with.
The Hallowfall Rathi, the Assembly of the Deeps, the General, the Vizier, and the Weaver. Also, during this event, quests and kills in the Dragon Isles and Kazalgar have a chance to reward mysterious satchels that can contain equipment, cosmetics, and combat and experience potions. The experience potions that could drop are actually 10% increase XP. That does stack with the 20%, and these can be used after the event. So,
what was the? Wasn't the? I mean, to be fair, 10% is such a tiny boost. I was thinking way back in the day, what was it? The Elixir of Rapid Minds? What kind of an update was that? Oh, here's maybe an Icy Veins link. Risky business going on Twitter, but The Undermine slog is real, but not for long. 1115 brings huge cartel rep buffs you won't want to miss. April 14th. So yeah, this came out yesterday. Blizzard is increasing the rep gains for all of the 4 cartels from killing rares, side gigs, weekly quests, world quests by a whopping 100%. Yeah, landed on the PTR on Friday. Increases the reputation gains for the Bilgewater Cartel, Blackwater Cartel, Steamweedle Cartel, and Venture Company. So it doesn't technically quote the Dark Fuge. Hopefully this will help players reach Renown 20 faster. What the fuck does that mean? Whoever wrote this article clearly hasn't been playing very much, because these sub-factions don't have Renown. And it doesn't affect the main cartel. The main rep bar. For all 4 cartels. Yeah, this really really poorly put together post Icy Veins. Flipping hell. Because 4 is not all, nor is it going to help you get Renown 20 any faster, because that's not how it works. Anyway, back to the video.
You certainly want to be saving these for like future expansions and things, because they are going to last a long time and they are warbound until equipped. So yeah, on your ults, if you're leveling them, make sure you're saving those potions, as they're going to be a massive help. You also get different potions in these mysterious satchels, which are just going to help you out a ton by doing different effects. And the armor that you're going to be getting while leveling is a recolor of the Timely Tourist set from the anniversary event. So if you never got that set back then, this is another chance to get that. And of course, it's just going to be geared to help you out while leveling. So yeah, just a short, sharp reputation and XP event happening in 11.15. Speaking of reputations, we're also getting the expansion of the Warbound reputations. Many of the Shadowlands reps will be now account-wide. This does not include the Covenant Renowns, as they're not ready reputations, but as of patch day in 11.15, these reputations will become account-wide. That is the Ascended, the Undying Army, the Court of the Harvesters, Venari, the Avowed.
Yeah, it's so funny. This rep bar looks nearly exactly the same as mine. Exalted for absolutely everything, apart from the Vowed, because it's actually the grind. I went through the entire Shadowlands expansion saying, oh, I'll do that next week. And 104 weeks later, nah, still hadn't bothered. Sure.
Court of Night, the Wild Hunt, Death's Advance, the Archivist Codex, and the Enlightened. So really great to see an expansion of the Warbound reputations into Shadowlands reps. And finally, kind of sticking with reps here, there's going to be a huge buff to the Goblin Cartel reputations. So as of patch day, reputation gains for the Bilgewater, the Blackwater, the Steamweedle, and the Venture Company will be increased by 100% from killing rares, completing side gigs, all the weekly quests, and all of the world quests. So you're going to get a 100% boost on all of those as of 11.15. So yeah, hopefully they're not going to be as painful to complete, but they're still going to be painful to complete. But yeah, certain things are going to get a massive buff.
They're still
the
grindy, even double.
Another change coming on patch day is that you'll be able to rename your guild from any of the Guildmaster NPCs in major cities. This is going to cost 200,000 gold and has a 1-year cooldown. This was previously done through the websites and GMs and things like that. But yeah, as of 11.15, you can actually do this in-game. Also in 11.15, there are new color.
I spoke all over that, but how many people realise that that's the thing, by the way? Is it 200k?
Massive buff with the Goblin Cartels.
Is it 200k?
Another change coming
guild?
on patch day is that you'll be able to rename your guild from any of the Guildmaster NPCs in major cities. This is going to cost 200,000 gold and as a...
Yeah, 200,000 gold to change the name of your guild. And it's on a 1-year cooldown. I mean, I guess it's better than having it only as a paid for service. I like that. Now give us realm transfers. Now give us everything else for just straight gold values.
A 1-year cooldown. This was previously done through the websites and GMs and things like that, but yeah, as of 11.15, you can actually do this in-game. Also in 11.15, there are new colorblind options to allow players to customize the colors of rarities of items. Now, this obviously is a personal change, but if you want to...
in before somebody just turns every quality to pink. All pink, please.
To change your purples to reds, that's something you can do if obviously you are suffering from color blindness, or you could do it for fun if you really want to. But this is a personal change. Other people will not see that you've set these colors. This is literally just a accessibility option for you to help
wearing
you out
all
if that is
Legos
something
in the
you do need
future,
as
yeah.
a default option, which I
All
think is quite
oranges,
nice. And the final
please.
thing coming on patch day is updates to the trading post. So on the trading post, you will have a shopping cart functionality where you can just like add multiple things, and then at the end you can just confirm all of your purchases and buy it all at the same time. I can't show you this because the trading post isn't active on the PTR, but you get the idea. You just put stuff in the trading post and then purchase it all like you would in a shop. Okay, moving on into some things which are not going to be there on patch day. So the first thing is an update to Children's Week. Now, we don't know the full details of this as it has not been tested on PTR. We do know there's going to be some new rewards, including some weapon arsenals. So you have the Children's Stormwind Guard weapon set as one of the arsenals, and then the Children's Ogrimmar Guard weapon set. There's also the Wooden Ogrimmar Shield back, and a new battle pet data mine called the Helpful Workshop Bot. So yeah, potentially we're going to get some Children's Week stuff, maybe in Dornagal or something like that. But again, not been tested on PTR. These are just kind of data mine rewards that we've seen. Moving on into a big one, Horrific Visions. Yes, Horrific Visions are returning in 11.15 with Horrific Visions Revisited. This starts from May 20th, 2025 and doesn't have an end date. So it looks like it is just going to continue for at least a duration of Season 2, according to some of the tooltips here. Now, these Horrific Visions are extremely similar to the ones that we had in 8.3. So this is still going to be a 1 to 5 player experience happening in Stormwind and Ogrimmar on a weekly rotation. And if you've never done Horrific Visions before, essentially you go into like a corrupted version of Stormwind or Ogrimmar, defeat NPCs and bosses while your sanity bar is slowly draining. You have 4 wings per city and then a main boss with Illyria in Stormwind and Thrall in Ogrimmar. And the rewards and Horrific Visions are based on how many wings and bosses are defeated, as well as the amount of masks that you have equipped, which are essentially like affixes of swords. Now, as said, this is just going to be pretty similar to how it was in 8.3, so if you didn't like it then, you're not going to like it now. There's a new currency called Displaced Corrupted Mementos, which are warbound, so you can transfer those across your account. But also in 11.15, this is going to be a repeatable experience, so you will not need a key, which is nice, so you can just keep going and going and going. It'll also be based in Dornagal. There's going to be a separate portal, which is the 11.15 version. The actual original version from 8.3 will still be available as well, so if you do want to go back and kind of do it on easy mode, as everything is level 50, you can go back and do that, but this version will also exist alongside it. As well, in 11.15, you will have...
Why would you want to go back and do the original one? Was there many collectibles and stuff in the original one that people may want to go back and do? I mean, it's cool that they allow you to go play on easy mode. Maybe it's good practice. I'm sure there's got to be some reason to that, right? Got distracted with a stream, forgot to change DPS to get the Delve achievement. Thanks, man. Oh, you are welcome. You are welcome. There doesn't seem to be a cloak rehash, no. You get masks, you get you get the corrupted enchants this time, helm enchants.
An NPC companion. This is not Bran. This is a vision of Cyrodiil, which can be a tank, healer, or DPS if you'd like to choose that. So that's very helpful for solo players or people who just want to do it with a little bit of extra help in their group. The mask system from 8.3 is returning, but there are now 8 masks up from 5, and you have to unlock all of them again, but they're not too hard to unlock really. And basically, yeah, the more masks you equip, the harder the run becomes, but also the better the rewards. So kind of what you want to be aiming here for is just wearing up to 5 masks to get the best rewards possible. There's also a talent tree. This is very similar to the previous talent tree we had. This uses a new currency to unlock different like advantages and things during your runs. So like sanity orbs, so damage increases and damage taken reductions, or reduces the sanity drain, or your amount of sanity being increased. Just different things that are going to help you out during your Horrific Vision runs to make them less horrific. As of PTR, this does have a 3-week cadence of unlocks, so this is going to be time gated a little bit, it seems, but again, that's not been 100% 100% confirmed by Blizzard. It just seemed like that's what it was on
time
PTR, so we'll have to see what happens there. In regards to gear rewards, this is extremely good for solo and small group players. So rewards are given once per week per difficulty. So if you do like a 2-mask run, you could get the reward from the 2-mask run every single week. The gear you can get from Horrific Visions is Veteran, Champion, and Hero Track. You can get 2 pieces of Hero Track gear a week from running a 4 and 5 mask run. So make sure you're doing that if you are gearing up.
What's the chances that they're going to balance that to be basically the same as doing 11s anyway? In Delves, it's probably going to feel nearly the same, isn't it? Are we going to have a 5 mask run basically being the equivalent of an 11? If the hit, I mean, 2 pieces of hero gear that late in the patch, they could technically make it so that a 5 mask run is basically like doing 8s in Delves, maybe. I don't know. We'll see what the balancing likes, see how it feels.
All of this gear can be catalyzed as well, so you can get some tier set appearances from that, and you can get crests from these going all the way up to gilded crests, which is awesome. There are different weapons you can also purchase from a vendor, all the way up to hero track as well, and these vendors also have an item which makes all of your future veteran and champion drops in Horrific Visions warbound, which is huge for gearing ults in the future. So
whoa, hold up. Let's not gloss over that for a second. Hold up. Enchanted Warbound Purifying Kit. Unlock future champion items in Heroic Visions. Revisited to be Warbound until equipped. Now, considering there seems to be no lockout on how much you can do this, is this going to be like almost infinitely grindable Warbound champion level gear? Crystals are going to be in the bin. Because if people are going to be able to instantly semi-permanently farm this, that's going to be an absolute huge influx of epics to be disenchanted. Crystals are going to be in the bin when people start farming those up. The question is will people bother? But I'd be surprised if there isn't the loot lockout like we had in the old ones. You could get 1 item per mask number run. Maybe.
There are different weapons you can also purchase from a vendor, all the way up to hero track as well, and these vendors also have an item which makes all of your future veteran and champion drops in Horrific Visions warbound, which is huge for gearing ults in the future. So yeah, some really good gearing from this thing. So unfortunately, if you are a small group player or someone that just really does delves, this is going to be kind of the thing you're going to be doing for gearing in 11.15 from May 20th. Also returning are corruptions in the form of enchants. These are enchants on your head. There are lesser and greater versions of these which are unlocked through a pretty simple quest, and it is an account-wide unlock once you've completed that quest. The different corruptions coming back are Echoing Void, Infinite Stars, Twilight Devastation, Gushing Wound, Twisted Appendage, and Void Ritual. As of the recording this, they're not simming so great. They have done a massive buff to them recently, so we will have to see how impactful these are going to be going into Season 2 content. More important...
To build on that, I saw earlier today as well the let's see if I can show you the sims have come out for these corruption enchants. They are better, but for the most part, as they stand at the moment, you are basically looking at, where's the comparison chart? You're basically looking at Void Ritual just slapping, right? DPS-wise, Void Ritual still wins by a mile. And the conclusion, if you want a little tier list on these, the conclusion was that both Infinite Stars and Twilight Devastation lack what made these two effects compelling back in BFA, which that one sentence alone is quite sad for me, because both of those abilities were just like ludicrously overpowered and fun back in BFA. And I don't know why Blizzard hasn't let people have fun again. Sure, it's not the final patch of the expansion. We still have at least another complete tier of content to come. But they could have made Infinite Stars and Twilight Devastation just stupid OP again and fun like they were back in the day, but then disable the effects outside of Season 2. It feels really weird that they've added these back in, something that lots of players have fond memories of just being just silly, and sometimes silly is fun. But in Blizzard's constant striving for balance, they're mostly removing a lot of the fun out of these. I mean, you'll still get them, and you'll still do more damage by having the enchants on your helms, but the reality is that people remember Twilight Devastation as just being, it procs and the screen gets deleted. Probably not going to be the case this time around, unfortunately, with the way they're currently standing. But nearly every couple of days there seems to be tweaks and tuning to these. So who knows? By the time it actually goes live, maybe they will be less fun detected and more just silly OP for the tail end of Season 2. We'll see.
Importantly, there are a ton of cosmetic rewards you can also get from this, including all of the rewards from 8.3. So you can purchase the Wicked Swarm Mount, the Black Dragon Scale Backpack, a Transmog of the Legendary Cloak from 8.3 as well, which is cool.
Oh, okay.
But there are also new items like the Corruption of the
again.
Aspects Mount you can purchase, the Scourge of the Aspects Pet, a Bronze Dragon Scale Backpack Transmog, and a recolor of the Mythic set from Nyalotha. All of the gear from Horrific Visions has this appearance anyway, but you can buy cosmetic versions as well if you haven't had any luck with drops. Speaking of drops, there are various different drops cosmetics as well. You have 4 new pets. You have the Eye of Chaos, the Void Scarred Parrot, the Void Scarred Scorpid, and the Void Scarred Toolstrider Chick, as well as various mounts which can be unlocked through like small secrets and things. I'll have a full video about that nearer the time. But the mounts you can get are the Void Fire Death Cycle, the Nesting Swarmite, the Void Scarred Griffin, the Void Forged Stallion, the Void Scarred Pack Mother, and the Void Scarred Windrunner. So yeah, lots of different mounts you can get from this, which is really great, and actually some of them are super fun to unlock as well. There are also a ton of achievements, as you'd expect from this event, so loads of stuff happening with Horrific Visions Revisited. I have a full video going over it, which is a lot longer than what I just explained, so if you do want to check that out, I'll leave a link down below to all the kind of relevant videos to this patch. But Horrific Visions coming back, really good for some, really bad for others, but very much a decent gearing method for a lot of people. And finally, there is another limited time event happening during 11.15, and this is Dastardly Duos. This starts on June 3rd and will run till July 15th, so this is a 6-week event. This game mode is a 1 to 5 player experience, which is cross-faction, and has NPC companions to help you out. These are the same as the Follower Dungeon NPCs if you do need some help or don't have any friends or whatever. The hub for this event takes place in Domination, Stormwind, and Orgrimmar, and this is shown on the map when it is active. This event essentially is a boss rush mode where you're taking on bosses from the past and trying to get as many rewards as you can, doing it as fast as you can, getting as many points as you can. This is a queued for experience, which you can do as many times as you like, which is nice. But the actual event itself, once you're ported in, takes place in the arena area in Undermine. A basic Dastardly Duos match goes like this. So you have a 5-minute timer. This is shown at the top of the screen. And you can increase the time actually with different items that come from duos, which is kind of nice. And the aim here is to get the highest possible score. There's no particular reason for this. You're not going to get like a, better items or anything like that. But really it is just for bragging rights. And there are different areas of the map that can give you higher scores. So if you kill bosses and NPCs in like a big circle, you can get double the score and things like that. You could also have items which spawn more bosses, which can get you a higher score. But essentially, yes, you want to run in, kill the trash, kill the props, and then the bosses will start spawning in 2s. There are different bosses from WoW's past which will spawn here. There are 10 potential bosses which can spawn. You have Glubtok from the Dead Mines, Foe Reaper from the Dead Mines, Baron Silverlane from Shadowfang Keep, Lord Walden from Shadowfang Keep, Rattlegore from Scholarments, Watchkeeper Gargomar from Hellfire Ramparts, Brogok from the Blood Furnace, Hydromancer Thespia from the Steam Vaults, Mechanir Steamrigger from the Steam Vaults, and Chronoloord Epoch from the Culling of Strathone. So bosses from Vanilla, TBC, and Wrath are going to be spawning during this event, which is fun. And they all have their different mechanics and things. Obviously, they're not super complicated, but yeah, they're going to be in there. But once 2 bosses are killed, 2 more will spawn, and then the game ends once they all die. The score that you get here is based off of like the damage that you do, the speed that you do it, and the amount of deaths that you have. So yeah, kind of fun if you just want to
Interesting.
kind of mess around in like an arcade-esque style
Base,
mode,
bonus,
just to get as
total
many points as you can to
scores.
show off in front of your friends. This does give gear rewards, however. You will get some Warbound to equip veteran gear,
Foe
item level
Reaper.
632 from each win, and then weekly you'll get a 645 champion piece from the weekly quest for completing a Darcy Duos mode. Also, every week you will have a new weekly quest which will give different rewards. On week 1 you get the Darcy banner toy. On week 2 you get the winner's podium toy, which is a toy where you can kind of hop on and show off your score and things like that. Week 3 you'll get the spicy mean ball pet. On week 4 you get an update to the winner's podium toy. On week 5 you get the Tyrannotort mount, which is an awesome looking turtle mount. And then on week 6 you get an update to your winner's podium toy. There are tons of achievements linked to this event as well, which will give you different upgrades to increase your high scores. So what you really want to do here is just play as much as you can and have fun with it. But it is completely optional. You don't need to do it. And the gearing is not all that great, to be honest. So yeah, just a bit of fun on the side there for 6 weeks in June. But yeah, that's it, guys. That is a level 1.
Collectors, oh, I feel sorry for you. Collectors are going to have an absolute flipping nightmare. I tend to think that a lot of collectors need to slowly but surely come to the realization that they either are going to have to play this game every single day of every single week, literally forever, or be content with the fact that they're not going to collect everything. There's so much like grindy, collecty, must complete this event 1,000 times sort of stuff in the game in the last couple of years. Woof, spicy. There are pets and mounts not optional anymore. Well, see, this is the thing, right? Those who really strive to collect all the things are fundamentally, this is one of the reasons I don't so much like time gating. Blizzard are clearly trying to find that happy medium here. We've been in this phase now where there's like a new patch every 8 weeks, which even for some people was like creating quite a fast and frantic pace. Now we're getting new patch every 8 weeks, but they're cutting it in 2, meaning that you'll get some of the stuff when the patch launches, and then 4 weeks later you'll get some more stuff. Sort of very much laser focusing people's attention onto one aspect of it at a time. Which, yeah, feels a lot like more traditional live service games where there's just something round the corner, like literally all the time. And if you miss an event, you miss an event. Like if you take some time off from the game, you're just going to miss something. Because a lot of this sort of stuff seems to both be coming and also going. I know Dan at the beginning of this said that Heroic Visions there's no end date on it yet, but you can bet your ass that they won't be up and available forever. Same with this Dastardly Duo thing. It's not going to be something that just lives in the game forever. It'll be literally an event that will last a certain amount of time and then it's gone. Which is, puts a lot of stress on people to do exactly what Blizzard want you to do when they want you to do it. But, it does mean that the the off season has got plenty of stuff to keep us busy, which is cool.
5. A bit of a weird patch in regards to timings. Like, you get quite a bit on patch day, but then, you slowly get more and more with Horrific Visions and Darcy Duos, Children's Week, things like that. Let me know what you think of that kind of like weird patch cadence of not having everything on patch day. Maybe it's a bit overwhelming to have all of this stuff on patch day. I'm not really sure. I think we'll probably get a level 1/7 during Darcy Duos as well, potentially. We'll have to see what happens there. But guys, thank you very much for watching. If you like this video, please do leave a like on it and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. If you want to support me outside of YouTube, I'm also on Patreon, and I'm on Twitter at MrGMYT, and I have a partner Discord channel as well. And also, I am streaming on twitch.tv/MrGM. If you want to see me stream World of Warcraft, War Within, Season of Discovery, any sort of WoW, over on twitch.tv/MrGM. And with that, guys, I'll see you next time.
Nice. Thanks, Dan. That's a good little overview of what's coming for the next sort of 8 weeks. There's definitely some stuff to keep busy. I am going to have to question just how much of it I pay attention to. The one thing that it really intrigued me about the next patch was Heroic Visions coming back, but obviously they're not turning up for another, 5 weeks from today, roughly. So we'll see what I used to like the content droughts for collection. Not sure if that can be done this expansion. Well, yeah, this is the thing, right? Sometimes having an off season it did allow people to go off and do the thing that they wanted to do. That's going to be that's going to be where there's going to be a big difference of opinions here, right? Some people don't care about what happened last expansion. Some people don't care about anything unless it's like right here now. I want new content, new content, new content. If you fall in the category of always want to be doing the latest thing, then this game is an absolute dream for you right now. But I also think that a lot of the more veteran players of the game sort of took some comfort in there being a bit of an off season, either to just take a bit of a break from the game, or either to go and do some of the bits of the game that you maybe didn't feel that you got the chance to explore properly the first time. And this kind of like very fast paced, every 4 weeks now there is something to be paying attention to, is I mean, it's great for a content creator, to be fair. This is why this game is absolutely fantastic from a content creation point of view. Is it can keep you busy all day, every day, but it's whether you want that or not. I've already fallen off, just happy playing classic Kata at the moment. And yeah, let's not also forget that retail is only one branch of the Warcraft tree these days. When you add Season of Discovery and you add Anniversary Realms and you add Kata Classic, you know, there's lots of different options to keep you busy. God knows how people play multiple different versions of this game. I've said it for years, I don't have time for more than one MMO. Even within the Blizzard franchise, I don't have time for more than one version of their game. Mount Mania, I thought, was in good standing with about 600 mounts. Turns out others that have over 12. Yeah, some people have got an absolutely ludicrous amount of mounts and stuff these days. No pets, no job, no wife. Easily have time to play all of the versions. Yeah, I mean, if you do genuinely dedicate 80% of your life to playing the game, I'm sure you can just about manage it. Definitely plenty to keep us busy, though. Did I do, back on track in some way, shape or form, did I do, where's the button I'm looking for? I've literally not done any delves on this dude this week. I've done nothing on this dude this week.
Or are you just glad to see me? Both, I hope.
Me's grind with a 29. Thank you very much, my man. Appreciate it. Welcome in. Good morning to you. Probably very good morning, I'd imagine. It's 2 p.m. for me. I think it's much earlier for you. Welcome in. Welcome. Thank you for the sub. Do I want to go get a couple of delves done on this dude? So we got some slightly better gear. I could probably do a couple of 8s or even maybe a couple of 11s by this point. What's on the cards? Or should we leave it in the hands of fate? Let's leave it in the hands of fate. Where's our take me to a delve button? Let's see where we're going. How's the end of winter for you? Any signs of spring? Yeah, this week it's starting to get, you know, we're starting to see some green. I can see the grass again. We're starting to get some buds on the bushes and whatever. It's starting to be quite nice. Just about. Snow's, well, we didn't have much snow this year, which is at least down in south part of Finland. Plenty of snow up north, but... Right, do we try do these on 11s? We should probably try doing them on 11s, shouldn't we? It gets us our gilded. If we're only going to do a couple of them. When do we open the summer home? Good question. Probably next weekend, actually, thinking about it. Probably next weekend. I think it will be. We're opening. Barbecue's out. It's officially summer, right? When the barbecue comes out. Barbecue came out last weekend. I've been barbecuing dinner for the last couple of days just because I need the practice. remember how it all works. They do not take it seriously. They do not play it as a traditional RPG. It's just a temporary seasonal thing for them, just to have fun doing the current end game. No collecting, no questing, exploring, not much attention to developing of their character either. Yeah, this is kind of why I've mostly, over the last few years, come to the strong conclusion that this is not an RPG anymore. It's so very arcadey that it's not really an RPG. Oh, hang on, I meant to be collecting explosives here, aren't I? Which is why I think, like, Classic has created such a almost cult following again. Because Classic is far more RPG. You feel as if you're taking a character on an adventure. Whereas Retail, it's just blast, 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 blast. How do you get the portal that takes you right to the Delve? It's a toy. It's the Delvobot 7001. It's a toy that's unlocked in the seasonal journey, I think, for Delves. I can't remember exactly what rank. It's around here somewhere. Yeah, here we go. Once you hit here, you can purchase the toy. It's got an hour cooldown on it, but it'll take you straight to a bountiful Delve each day. So if you don't really mind which one you do, it's quick and easy to just press the button and get taken somewhere. I hate these ads, they keep spawning friends. Why do they have to have friends? How dare they have friends? Barbecue all year round. I mean, my grill is a gas grill, so technically I could, but digging it out from under the snow is #1 problem. During the winter, it's not really that feasible. At least not with if we had like a sheltered area in the backyard, we could, but we don't, unfortunately. And it makes it feel like a bit of an event when the barbecue comes out as well. Which I'm not going to lie, I quite like. I need to remember this is an 11, and I'm not stupidly high geared yet on this dude. What's the top grilled dish in the Mantheus household? Well, I just love me a good steak. I'm traditionalist in that regard. I'll cook anything on a barbecue, to be fair, but I love me a good steak. Fun fact: as a kid up until about the age of 8, I was vegetarian. Now, of course, as a kid, that's not by your own choice. You know, that's usually a parent's decision. And my mum had, for some reason, decided I was going to be vegetarian. But soon as I discovered a pepperoni pizza, woof, that idea went out the window. Which is why I think to this day I'm a big meat eater fan. And I love me a good steak. Oh my god. Oh my god. What's going on here? Nearly died. Brand things. Oh, what is absolutely crippling me here? Something is absolutely ripping me a new one. I'm dreaming of steak, that's my problem. Brand, do brand things. Yeah, it definitely makes me realise how easy mode BM Hunter is when I have to be my own tank. So much more stressful. What the fuck did... what? That was meant to be my Spotify playlist, but that didn't sound a lot like Spotify, did it? Hence why I turned it off double time. Sounded like an alien invasion from the 60s. Yeah, I don't know what the hell that was. My Spotify button is, yeah, it was probably flipping stop the pigeon again. I don't know why my play pause Spotify button decided to pick the wrong window to play pause. Sorry, boys and girls, I didn't mean to scare the shit out of myself, never mind everybody else. Is the craft scan add-on hard to set up? No, I mean, it's almost plug and play. It's almost completely plug and play. The one thing I would say, though, is that plug and play out the box is going to be... your success with it is going to be limited. Mostly because you're going to be using the absolute bare basic default replies that everybody else is using. Which you will want to customize and you will want to change them. At least subtly. Don't try to do anything fancy, but like just at least change it from being the absolute bare basic. But otherwise, yeah, it's not difficult to set up. You also might want to go through your professions and manually tag what things you want to scan for and what things you don't. Anything that you... my advice is anything that you can't actually guarantee at quality 5, don't bother scanning for. Quite simply because you're just going to be wasting other people's time. There's nobody out there that wants anything less than maximum quality these days. So, if you can't guarantee a craft at quality 5, just untick the scan for this item. So it doesn't, like, result, you know, doesn't give you false positives. Finding dual crafting leveling to be frustrating due to the fact that 90% of the patron orders are gems, not allowing me to put points into prospecting. Done a ton of mining, but it feels almost pointless. You do not want to prospect your own materials whilst leveling dual crafting because you're terrible at it. You just want to straight up buy the materials you need off the auction house. You'll save yourself a lot of time and a lot of gold doing it that way. There's a real big difference between how you start as a dual crafter and how you finish as a well-trained prospector. And most of the materials are going to be based around people being very well-trained prospectors. Oh, there's another... oh, I'm missing a boom. Is there more booms down here? Yeah, quite simply, just buy all of the gems you need to level up dual crafting. It's quicker and it's actually cheaper. It's kind of weird how that's ended up being a thing, but yeah, don't prospect to level jewel crafting. Not unless you've literally got gold to burn. Which may even go against what popular leveling guides such as WoW Professions will tell you, but thanks for that, Bran. I don't think I got a single heal off him then.
I know you can do better than that.
I quickly simply went to just hello because of the important thing is replying fast, but then I write the stuff myself. Clever. Somebody that I know crafts a lot and has all rank 3 mats ? As the reply message. Probably very effective and straight to the point. Yeah, people don't be... I don't think there's much value in being overly wordy with your craft scan. You simply want to remember the fact that most people don't want a conversation. Most people don't want to talk to you. The only reason they are trying to talk to you is because Blizzard has determined that they must talk to you. And so, yeah, something very simple, very straightforward is probably the best way of doing it. Craft Scan's auto response feature is one I really want to see, but it doesn't have an auto response feature. You have to click a button. Like, there isn't an auto response feature. And if you've customized the game code to make it an automated response, then yes, I agree, you should be banned because you're not allowed to automate. But the add-on hasn't implemented it itself. It's no different to TSM in that regards, that you just get the luxury of presetting something up, and then you know, you've done the work ahead of time, and then you just need to click to send a response. It's not against the rules to be proactive. That was an unnecessarily difficult pack for some reason. Did you get a new rig? Sort of. Well, yeah, sort of. I have not a completely new computer, but we've upgraded new graphics card, new monitor. So, sort of, yes. Of all the delves to do, I probably wouldn't have chosen this one, to be honest. But when you leave it up to RNG are going to do RNG things. Oh my god, I don't know what that means. It's not standing it. Oh my god. Yeah, and anything you automate is, you know, you're not allowed to automate shit. It's a simple rule. Oh, I'm taking a ludicrous amount of damage from these. I don't like these mobs. These sting! Ret's still a lot of fun though. It's got to be said. Do enjoy a bit of Ret. Even if I'm not particularly good at it. Spinning and winning is kind of fun. Oh my god. Nearly died again. Bran, do Bran things! You're a healer for a reason. Stupid game. Oh my god. Sorry, I'll get back to chat in a second. I'm trying remarkably hard to not die here. Oh, where do they go? Okay, sure. We'll take those. Stop flipping doing egg things. Asked K-Chat yesterday about skinning, and he told me it's really only worth doing it in a 2x4 farm. Do you have a similar take? Absolutely. Solo skinning's pointless. The amount of gold you'll make solo skinning is nowhere even remotely competitive. 2x4 skinning's really the only way to do it in a group. Luckily, though, groups are all over the place 24 hours a day. Group Finder will have you in a group pretty quickly. One thing I would say, though, is because it's still kind of quite popular, you are likely to find some level of elitism in the groups. Meaning you'll either need to be the right class, they'll be looking for specific classes, they might get kind of overly fussy about item level, you know, you might need some gear. It is... Flipping hell, I died again. It is ultimately something that the more gear you have, the faster things die. The more you can hyperspawn things, the more loot everybody gets. Honestly, I also do not have a skinner, full stop, because it's far too much like hard work for me, for the payouts. But once you've got a character that can do it, and do it reasonably well, it's probably very steady, very consistent gold per hour, I would imagine. So you're messing around with 5 accounts in the Undermine. Car can carry +2, so 3-seat mount can go faster than flying about. Yeah, with 5 accounts, I sometimes do a couple of different trips. I'll ferry characters around a little bit sometimes for certain rares. But if I'm transferring the whole team somewhere, I just hop on a flight path. Oh no, that's not the button I meant. My server's horrendous since CraftScan's release. I play on Oceanic, and requesting a craft sees you easily get 20 to 30 responses right now. Basically have the crafting stranglehold now. Well, yeah, I've seen similar reports. This is why my recommendation is customize your responses to not look like they come from an add-on. There are people out there fundamentally that out of principle won't go with somebody that is using the default responses or looks like a bot in their eyes, you know. This is why I heavily recommend anybody that uses CraftScan customize the responses. Top tier salesman tactics here. You even want to take out capital letters, take out full stops, use dum-dum level punctuation, because believe it or not, that makes it look far more like it's coming from a real human that just can type quite quickly. Because the default craft scan is going to be like fully punctuated, grammatically correct, lovely looking, when you're best off not doing that, ironically. A bit of a human error in there makes it look far more believable. I'm not a fan of this delve so far. I'm not geared enough to do this on 11s. Yeah, deliberate spelling mistakes is legitimately a way to probably see more success rate on people whispering you back. Ow. Just quickly do some 11s, he says. Oh my god. I think I've... How many times have I died? Twice. Still got lives left then. I hope the boss in it is not cancer. I really hope. I don't need a dickhead of a boss in here. I need something nice and simple. Gearing up the rep. Well, I'm just kind of not doing anything overly seriously, but it's I was more doing delves on alts, mostly based on the fact that I wanted brand experience and I wanted to get the seasonal journey finished this season. I didn't finish the seasonal journey last season because far too much time was devoted to like general goal making and like leveling up professions and stuff. This time I wanted to make sure I got the season done, so I'm doing a few delves on alts. I've actually finished the seasonal journey this time, so I don't really need to be doing this other than a little bit more easy gear, because it always helps. I'm spending a lot of time still killing rares in the Undermine, so more gear equals easier time killing rares, so there's a net positive on that one. CraftScan does nothing that PvE add-ons haven't done for years. Being on a crafter market without CraftScan is literally the same as raiding without boss mods. Yeah, you are kind of at a disadvantage. It's, you know, the same can easily be said with things like Trade Skill Master these days, that you're going to find it difficult to be competitive without using all of the tools that are available to you. Because if you're not using them and somebody else is, well, you're at a disadvantage somewhere. I was a 25 million plus gold crafter in Dragonflight, and now I can't get a look in just from advertising. Every time we go into a new patch, every time we have a new expansion, shit levels up. Like, everybody levels up, and you've got to level up with them, or yeah, you get like what worked last expansion very rarely works in the next expansion. Look at all of the people that made silly gold last expansion with like tailoring bolt cooldowns. They're not making pennies anymore because everybody is now doing it. The meta moves on, and if you don't stay, you gotta, even in gold making, you gotta stick with the meta a fair amount. I mean, let's not forget, you go back far enough, the meta for gold making was put it on the auction house. That was literally it. Once upon a time, back when I first started doing gold making content, put it on the auction house was generally good advice. You would also hear advice along the lines of loot everything, right? How many people just didn't loot mobs because they didn't think there was going to drop anything that was valuable for them? All those BOEs that you just vendor, put them on the auction house. You know, this was actually, believe it or not, video-worthy advice way back in the day. But yeah, every patch, every expansion, people's oh my gold, people level up. People the meta changes, and you got to move with it. Jesus, I don't like all these ads, you know. Didn't I say, can we have a non-dickhead flipping Brown? A potion wouldn't go amiss either, mate. There we go, thanks. So I gotta go back into focus mode. Otherwise I don't press buttons properly. Ah, this boss is flipping horrible, mate. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Ouch. Even trying to keep the floor clean is a pain in the ass. Jeez Louise. Still only 40%. Oh my god, I'm going to be doing this for days. And the eggs are spawning again, and I'm dead again. Jesus. I said no dickhead bosses. Oh no. Am I going to not even complete this now? I should probably repair my gear while I'm here. Got a casual 500 gold in the bin. I'm going to take a food buff, you know. Oof. Right, okay. Isn't it like saying that crafting without add-ons or an external help like spreadsheets doesn't bring you very far? Markets are competitive, people optimize. Very true. Yeah, it's the one thing I like to point out quite often because people don't really consider it to be the case. But like crafting and goal making in general is very PvP. Because every other single person on the auction house is literally that, another person. You're competing against somebody else. If you want to make profit on something, so does somebody else. It's very, very easy to kind of forget or kind of gloss over the fact that everybody else you're competing with on the auction house is another person sat behind a screen on a keyboard and mouse who wants exactly the same thing. Just because you don't see a character running around, it's still PvP. You're competing on price, you're competing on profit margins, you're competing on just sheer elbow grease to like get the job done. And so this is why this is hence why the more competitive people get, you got to keep up. You got to keep up the same level of competitiveness, or you will lag behind. And profit is only obtained by those in, you know, the top percentile. You got to be 90% passing before you're making profit. You know, 2k arena score before you make profit in the auction house PvP world. It's a bit of a crude analogy, but, you know, it's not far from the truth. Can I just fuck this dude up? Can we just go ham, or does it really hurt? I'm not sure. Kite. I mean, when he's doing his spiky business, we got a kite. But outside of that, ow! Oh my god! I landed on a spike and died. Sheesh. I'm out of lives. Reducing the reward at the end. Well, this has been thrilling. This. No need to damage the ads; they die by themselves. Maybe. Huge gold selling operations within the SEA region, which play on the oceanic servers. This is a theory that's thrown around a lot, and I'm not sure it's very true. To be honest, I'm really not sure it's very true. Did they change the drop rates in the war within rares? I've spent several weeks farming the rares, getting nothing. Now all of a sudden I've got like 5 out of 6 items I was missing within a couple of days. Not seen anything personally, but might be. I find TSM is inconsistent with their UI on the profession window that shows if you've crafted said item would be in the green or red and how much. TSM only will show you. TSM has a price source called crafting. That number, which is used in a lot of the maths that TSM uses, is the price for you to press a button. So in other words, TSM with its profit calculations doesn't really take into consideration multi-craft or resourcefulness, which is number one reason why I don't really recommend you use TSM for crafting. TSM's fantastic for auction house work, but for crafting, it's suboptimal these days. You either want to be crafting things completely manually, or using something like Craft Sim to more accurately provide prices. Anything pre-Dragonflight, though, old world stuff, yes, TSM is still goated, but since the Dragonflight profession update, crafting wise, they're slacking. I'm not entirely sure I can be bothered to even try and complete this delve, especially now the fact that I'm not going to get full rewards by doing it anyway. I'm smashing my head against the wall trying to do this boss. I keep landing on spikes and getting like insta one shot. So, and I'm going to be brutally honest, boys and girls, I'm proper hungry. I've been up way too many hours. What confuses me is if it's botted or automated, how is it supposed to work? I understand the reply thing, but then the bot goes to the profession character and it's able to craft, even if there are errors from clients, because it happens quite often. Somebody misplaces rank 2 mats and stuff like that. This is my point. I don't think it is. This is genuinely, I don't really think it is. I think there are probably people out there that have, adjusted the code in Craft Scan to automate replies, but then once orders come, they're just, what that is doing is they probably have a fucking great big huge weak aura set up on their screen, right? That just shows them that an order's come through. And it just basically removes all of the talk to a person, yes, I can craft that, send an order. Like that's all people are automating there. I would assume. I I still don't entirely believe that it is actually all that particularly automated. I just think it's the law of big numbers, right? Big servers, lots of players. Yeah, you're going to get 20 whispers because there's 500 people playing on your server, if not more. There could be thousands of people playing on your server. Let's not forget there's like big servers have multiple shards of the capital cities. But the trade channels are like all linked between them. Secondly, latency, and I'm quite sure the chat channels are somewhat delayed. So by the time, you see something in trade chat, somebody else might have seen it 10 seconds before you or whatever. And yeah, the ultimate argument to all of this is anybody that is doing any form of automating is breaking the rules, and Blizzard should take action against them. But the entire process isn't being automated. Just the kind of like, it's the concept that being the first person to reply to somebody has a greater chance of getting that order. Much like the top listing on Google search results has the highest chance of being clicked on. It's that same concept. And so there are probably people out there that automate the, yes, I can craft this, and just like instantly ping out a response. But there's still probably somebody behind the screen that's then filling the orders when the order comes in. And I genuinely don't think there's that much value in it anymore. This is the thing, right? Nobody's tipping more than a few thousand gold at best. People get 5,000 gold like commission order, and they're like, wow, this is screenshot worthy. But the reality is world quests for like 1,500 gold these days. 800 gold for world quests, just bang it out. There's like a couple of 800 gold 4 800 gold world quests just lying about on my map. Like, the value in filling work orders is not great anyway. It's something that if you happen to be there, sure, do it, help somebody else out. 1 fish equals 900 gold. Yeah, exactly. Do you have your groups for purchase? I have both some TSM groups up on TSM's website, which don't have any operations attached to them, but it's got everything neatly laid out and organized. You'd need to use your own operations. They're on the TSM website. Alternatively, yes, my Patreons do get access to something very similar, but with some basic operations attached as well. Server's still over 25,000 active players. 3 to 5k craft here, but the orders pile in through trade chat. Yeah, I mean, it's people are right to be suspicious. People are right to question that something feels off here, but it's also requires a little bit of understanding that there are, on the big servers, a lot of people playing, and it's PvP. If you're there trying to make gold, you better believe that there's plenty of other people that also are sat there wanting gold. And any of us that are fortunate enough to be geographically located in like first world countries probably don't want it as much as some other people. There are probably some people in certain parts of the world where if they can make a token or two's worth of gold and sell one of them, then that puts food on their table, which is a sad state of affairs globally, but this is a global game. But anyway, that aside, I think I am going to leave it there, and I am going to go get me some food. I am absolutely starving. And in fact, we've just crossed the 4-hour mark anyway, so I'm surprised the doggo alarm clock hasn't gone off. Yes, I'm talking about you, doggo. You can see a flop down here. Yes. Maybe the alarm clock is about to go off. Boys and girls, tomorrow's reset day. we'll have a blast through tomorrow. We'll open some vault. We'll see what we get. We'll continue on with our adventure. I've set the alarm clock off. Enjoy the rest of your day. If you're playing over on NA, enjoy your reset later on today. We will be back tomorrow. Thank you for the bits, the subs, the follows. Thank you for sitting through the ads. Come say hi over on Discord if you're not there already. And yeah, I'll catch you all tomorrow. Peace.